Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing I notice is the dust. It's always the dust. A single golden mote caught in a sliver of late afternoon sun that cuts through the grimy window of my small apartment above the old hardware store. It drifts, aimless, a tiny star in a miniature cosmos, and I watch it because it is easier than watching the other things. It rises, it falls. It describes a lazy, infinite loop in the air. Up, then down, then a slow spiral to the left. It has been doing this for what feels like an hour, or a lifetime. The sameness of its dance is a comfort, a fragile anchor in a world that is never, ever still for me. My name is Carlos. I see the dead. They are not like in the movies, not grotesque or screaming, not usually. They are mostly quiet, a persistent, low-grade hum at the edge of reality, like the phantom ache of a missing limb. They are impressions left on the world, stains of emotion and memory. The old woman who still rocks on the porch of the blue house on Elm, her knitting needles clicking a soundless rhythm. The soldier who walks the perimeter of the town square every dusk, his uniform crisp, his eyes fixed on a horizon only he can see. I see them, and I have learned over 27 years to simply nod, to acknowledge their presence without inviting their attention. It is a delicate balance, a quiet life, but the dust mote is different today. Its loop is not so lazy. There's a frantic quality to its rise and fall, a tiny, trapped panic. Up, down, spiral left. Up, down, spiral left. It is the same, but it is not. It is a record needle skipping on a groove worn too deep. And beneath the familiar, comfortable silence of my apartment, a new sound begins to thread itself into existence. A dry, papery rustle, like old leaves skittering across pavement. It's a sound I know. It's the sound of them getting closer. I close my eyes, but that only makes it worse. The darkness behind my eyelids becomes a screen. I see Old Man Henderson, who runs the antique shop, his face pale as he tells me about the dreams. Not his dreams, he insists, but the dreams of the things in his shop. The porcelain dolls that weep black tears onto their lace collars. The grandfather clock that ticks backward every night at 3:17. He doesn't know I believe him. He thinks he is just a lonely old man, but I smell the truth on him. The faint, cold scent of grave soil and regret. Then there's Mrs. Gable, who teaches 3rd grade. She came to the community garden where I work, her hands shaking as she deadheaded marigolds. She said the children's drawings had changed. Where there used to be smiling suns and stick-figure families, there were now tall, slender shapes at the edges of the page, and all the crayon skies were turning a bruised, twilight purple. She laughed it off as an overactive imagination, but her eyes were wide with a fear she couldn't name. I could name it. It was the same fear I tasted in the air each morning, metallic and sharp, like a coming storm. The rustling grows louder. It's not leaves anymore. It's whispers, a chorus of them, layered over one another, a susurrus of lost words and unfinished sentences. I can make them out, not yet, but the tone is clear. It is a warning, a rising tide of panic. I focus on my breathing in and out, a counter-rhythm to the frantic dance of the dust. I think of Eden. Her name is a prayer, a sanctuary. Eden, who smells of rosemary and warm earth. Eden, who runs the bookstore and whose laughter is the only sound that can truly silence the whispers. She knows what I am, or at least, she knows a version of it. She calls me her weather vane for strange moods. She doesn't see the dead, but she feels the shifts in the atmosphere around me, the way a sailor feels a change in the wind. She is my anchor in the living world, the reason I stay grounded, the reason I use this cursed site to quietly, secretly, keep the scales balanced in our small town of Blackwater. When a spirit grows restless, when their lingering presence begins to curdle the air in a house, causing sickness or bad luck, I find a way to soothe them. A returned locket, a played song, a message delivered to a grieving relative. I am a silent custodian, a keeper of the peace between the here and the gone. But this feeling, this thing gathering on the edges of Blackwater, is different. It is not a single, restless soul. It is a pressure, a vast, invisible weight descending. It is a catastrophe waiting to be born. The whispering coalesces into a single, hissed word that seems to come from the very walls. He comes. I open my eyes. The dust mote is gone. The sliver of sun has vanished, swallowed by a bank of clouds that are the color of a fresh bruise. The air in the room is thick, heavy, difficult to breathe. I get up, my joints aching as if I've aged 50 years in the last 5 minutes, and go to the window. Down on Main Street, the town looks normal. People go about their business, but I see the subtle signs. Mr. Peters, the barber, keeps looking over his shoulder as he sweeps his steps. A group of kids on bikes pedal faster than necessary, their heads down. The flags hanging limp in the stagnant air seem tired, defeated. And threading through it all, like a foul sewer smell, is the presence of Derek. Derek is new to Blackwater, or new again. He left as a teenager, a sullen, violent boy from a bad family, and returned a man with money and a cold smile. He bought the old mill on the river, the one that had been closed since the accident that killed 5 workers 20 years ago. He said he was going to renovate it, turn it into something new. But I deepened down there. The spirits around that place, wherein tea just restless, they were furious, trapped in the rusted metal and rotting wood, their anguish a constant, silent scream. And Derek felt like a void, a place where things went to be extinguished. When he shook my hand at the Farmer S Market, his grip was firm, but his eyes were like 2 chips of flint. And for a moment, the whispers in my head became a unified shriek of pure terror. The phone rings, a jarring, physical sound in the weighted silence. I know who it is before I pick it up. Carlos. It is Alma. She lives in a trailer on the edge of the swamp, a woman who knows more about the roots and bones of this town than anyone. She is another one who sees, though her sight comes from the land, not from the departed. You feel it. It is not a question. Yes, the river is talking. It is saying a name, over and over. Her voice is a dry rasp, like corn husks rubbing together. It is saying his name, the man at the mill. He is not just building, he is digging, unburying. Unburying what? I ask, though I dread the answer. Something that slept under the mill long before the mill was ever built. Something old, hungry. He thinks he can control it. A man like that always does. She pauses, and I hear the crackle of the poor connection, or perhaps it is the static of something else. The dead are gathering, Carlos. They ray massing on the shore. They ray afraid. You need to come to the water. Now, I find Eden in her bookstore, dusting the shelves. The simple normalcy of the act is a gut punch. The smell of old paper and binding glue is a familiar comfort. She sees my face and stops, the feathered duster falling to her side. It is bad, she says. Not a question, a statement. I have to go to the river. With Alma. She doesn't argue. She just nods, her eyes full of a fear that is entirely for me. She comes around the counter and takes my hand. Her touch is warm, real, a brand against my suddenly cold skin. Be careful. The air it tastes like iron down by the mill. I kiss her forehead, breathing in her scent, trying to memorize the solid feel of her. Lock the door after I leave. The road to the river is a winding ribbon of cracked asphalt, choked on either side by dense, ancient oaks draped in Spanish moss. The light dies quickly here, the canopy swallowing the bruised sky. The whispers return, but they are no longer a chaotic chorus. They are a single, mournful dirge, a wordless song of grief that seems to emanate from the trees themselves. The creak of the branches is a constant, returning again and again, a rhythmic complaint. The wind, what little there is, moves in the same pattern, stirring the same leaves, carrying the same damp, fungal smell. I park my truck where the road ends and continue on foot, following a narrow path worn into the mud. The air grows colder with every step. I can see my breath. The sound of the river reaches me, but it is wrong. It is not the usual gentle rush. It is a low, guttural churning, like a beast turning in its sleep. Alma is waiting for me on the riverbank, a small, hunched figure wrapped in a faded shawl. She doesn't turn as I approach. Her gaze is fixed on the water. The river is running high and fast, the water the color of strong tea, but that is not what holds her attention. It is the opposite bank. It is the mill. The old brick structure looms against the darkening sky, its windows boarded up, its smokestack a skeletal finger pointing an accusation at the heavens. But there are lights on inside, flickering industrial lights that cast long, distorted shadows. And there is activity, the grinding whine of heavy machinery, the shouts of men. Derek was not lying about the renovation, but the energy pouring from the place is not one of renewal. It is one of violation. Look, Alma says, her voice barely a whisper. I follow her gaze to the water's edge. At first, I see only the reeds and the muddy shore. Then I see them. They are faint, translucent, but undeniably there. Dozens of them. Men and women in old-fashioned work clothes, their faces etched with a perpetual dread. They are the spirits of the mill accident, but they are not alone. Behind them are others, older, their forms less distinct, figures in rough-spun cloth, their features blurred by time. They stand shoulder to shoulder, a silent, spectral army lining the riverbank, all facing the mill. Their collective anguish is a physical force, a cold that seeps into my bones. He broke the seal, Alma says, dug too deep in the foundation. Let it out. Let what out? The thing that was here before. The hungry one. The river called it that. It is a force, Carlos, not a ghost. A void that feeds on sorrow, on pain. It amplifies it. It feeds on the dead, tortures them, and uses their suffering to grow stronger. Derek, he is not its master. He is its beacon. His greed, his cruelty, it is like a dinner bell. As if on cue, a figure emerges from a side door of the mill. Derek. Even from this distance, I can feel the arrogant swagger in his step. He is talking on a cell phone, laughing. And surrounding him, like a swarm of invisible flies, are smaller, darker shapes. They are not the lost souls on the bank. These are sharper, meaner things. Imps of misery, drawn to his malevolence. One of the older spirits on the bank turns its head. It doesn't have eyes, just dark, hollow sockets. But I know it is looking directly at me. It raises a hand, a slow, deliberate gesture, and points not at Derek, but at the center of the river. There, the water begins to boil. It is not a physical boiling, not from heat. It is a churning vortex of darkness, a patch of water that is somehow deeper than black, a hole in the reality of the river. And from that hole, I feel it, the hungry one. It is consciousness without thought, appetite without form. It is the source of the pressure, the reason the dead are massing. It is waking up. It will feed on the whole town, Alma says, her voice trembling. It will turn Blackwater into a farm of suffering. The living will go mad with grief. The dead will be trapped in an endless loop of their worst moments. And it will all be because of him. She nods toward Derek. His will open the door. It needs to be his will that closes it. Or his blood. The walk back to my truck is a blur. The whispers of the dead are a constant, desperate pressure in my skull. A litany of fear. The wind, always the same, carries the smell of the mill now, of oil and rust, and something sweetly rotten. The creak of the branches is a mocking laugh. When I finally reach the town square, the normality of it is surreal. People are eating in the diner. The movie theater is lit up. They have no idea of the abyss opening just a mile away. I go to Eden. I tell her everything. I don't soften it. I need her to understand the stakes. She listens, her face pale but composed. When I finish, she takes both my hands. What do you have to do? She asks. I have to get Derek to the river. I have to make him see what he has done. I have to force a reckoning. He never listened to you. Then I have to show him. The plan is madness, born of desperation. I wait until full dark. The town is quiet, sleeping the untroubled sleep of the ignorant. I drive back to the mill. The machinery is silent now. Derek's black SUV is parked alone in the gravel lot. I don't have to break in. The door is unlocked. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of new lumber and old ghosts. The main floor of the mill is a cavernous space, stripped bare. In the center, the floorboards have been torn up, revealing the dark, damp earth beneath. And there, in the earth, is a pit. It's not a construction pit. It's too deep, too perfectly circular. The edges are not cut by machinery. They look melted. A cold draft swells up from it, carrying a smell that is ancient and foul. The smell of deep clay and things long buried. Derek is standing at the edge of the pit, looking down. He turns as I enter, a smirk playing on his lips. He's holding a strange object, a stone disc covered in spiraling carvings that hurt my eyes to look at. The caretaker, he says. I wondered when you show up. The quiet little gardener who talks to himself. I've heard the stories. You need to stop what you doing, Derek. You don't understand what you playing with. I understand power, he snaps, his smirk vanishing. I found this place. I found the key. He holds up the stone disc. It showed me things, visions. This town is soft, weak. It's ripe for the taking. And what's down here, it's going to give me the means to take it. It's using you, I say, my voice low. It's feeding on you. Can't you feel it? The cold, the despair. He laughs, but it's a brittle sound. I feel strong. For the first time in my life, I feel in control. That's when I let my guard down. I stop pushing the dead away. I open myself up completely, becoming a conduit, a lens. The temperature in the room plummets. The shadows in the corners of the vast room deepen and solidify. And then they step forward. Not just the mill workers, the older ones too, the ones from the riverbank. They fill the space, a silent, staring crowd of the dead. Their pain, their fear, their endless longing, it floods into the room, a psychic wave of pure anguish. Derek stumbles back, his eyes wide with terror. He can see them. The stone disc clatters to the floor. What is this? What are you doing? This is what you've awakened, I say, my voice echoing strangely in the charged air. This is your harvest. He screams as a spectral hand, that of a woman in a soaked Victorian dress, passes through his arm. He convulses, gasping. Make it stop. You have to renounce it. I yell over the rising spectral wind. You have to reject what's in the pit. Your will open the door. Only your will can close it. But Derek is not a man of will, not truly. He is a man of appetite. And faced with real power, real consequence, he breaks. Instead of defiance or repentance, he chooses flight. He turns and runs, scrambling for the door. The The spirits part for him, their hollow eyes tracking his movement. They don't try to stop him. They just watch. I realize their purpose was not to attack him, but to drive him, to herd him. I run after him, out of the mill, into the night. He's sprinting wildly toward the river, toward his SUV. But he's not looking where he's going. He's looking back at me, at the ghosts spilling out of the mill behind me. He doesn't see the dark, slick patch on the dock. His foot slips. He flails, arms wheeling, and with a terrified shriek, he plunges into the churning, black water. He doesn't come up. The moment he disappears beneath the surface, the world goes silent. The whispers stop. The wind dies. The river itself seems to hold its breath. Then, the vortex in the center of the river begins to churn faster, brighter, but not with darkness, with a terrible, cold, greenish light. I see a shape form in the light, a vast, indistinct mouth, and I feel a surge of satisfaction, of gluttonous fulfillment. The hungry one has been fed. It has taken the sacrifice it was promised. And then, as quickly as it appeared, the vortex collapses. The green light vanishes. The river returns to its normal rush. The pressure is gone. The dead on the bank are gone. The mill stands silent and dark. It's over. I stand there for a long time, until the sky begins to lighten in the east. I feel empty, scraped clean. I walk back to my truck and drive to Eden S. She's waiting on the porch, wrapped in a blanket. I don't have to say anything. She just opens her arms, and I walk into them, burying my face in her hair, shaking with a relief, so profound it feels like a new kind of pain. The days that follow are quiet. The strange dreams stop. The children's drawings return to sunny skies. The air loses its metallic taste. The town of Blackwater breathes a sigh of relief it never knew it needed. Life goes on, but something is different. The dead are quieter than they have ever been. It's not a peaceful quiet. It's the quiet of a held breath. When I see the old woman on Elm Street, she's not rocking. She's just sitting, staring at her hands. The soldier in the square has stopped his patrol. He stands in the center, looking lost. And I am different, too. I feel thinner, stretched. The world seems less solid. Sometimes, when I am working in the garden, I'll look at my hands, and for a second, I'll see the soil right through them. I'll hear Eden call my name, but when I turn, she hasn't spoken. The line between my world and the other has been permanently blurred. Tonight, a week after Derek's disappearance, I sit on the roof of my apartment building, looking out at the sleeping town. The stars are sharp and clear. Everything is calm. Then I feel a familiar presence. I turn. The soldier from the square is standing there, translucent in the starlight. He looks at me, and for the first time, he speaks. His voice is the sound of distant cannon fire. It is not gone, he says. A hunger that old cannot be killed. It can only be postponed. It has tasted this place now. It knows the way. And it has tasted you, Keeper. You are a part of its story now, and it is waiting. He salutes, a crisp, formal gesture, and then fades away. I look down at my hands. I try to make a fist, to feel the solidity of my own flesh. But my fingers feel like smoke. The roof beneath me feels insubstantial. The town lights below begin to swim and blur, their sharp points softening into a diffuse, golden haze. The memory of Eden S. face is the last solid thing in my mind. But even that is beginning to fade, like a photograph left in the sun. The wind picks up, a gentle, familiar breeze. It carries the smell of dust, and I realize, with a calm that is more terrifying than any fear, that I can no longer tell if I am the dreamer or the dream. The loop is beginning again. The dust moat is starting its dance. Up, then down, then a slow spiral to the left. The creek is returning. The whisper is just a breath away. And somewhere, deep in the cold, dark water, something very old and very hungry is waiting for its turn to wake. The next morning, the sun feels too bright, the colors of the world too vivid, as if trying to compensate for the hollow space growing inside me. I go to the garden, my sanctuary, but the soil feels alien under my fingers. The plants seem to lean away from my touch. Eden finds me there, staring at a rose bush whose petals are trembling, though there is no wind. She doesn't ask if I am okay. She just sits beside me on the stone bench, her shoulder pressing against mine, a point of warmth and weight that feels like the only real thing in the universe. We watch the dust motes dance in a sunbeam. I want to tell her about the soldier, about the warning, but the words feel like ash in my mouth. To speak, it might make it more real. Days blur into a week. The town officially declares Derek a missing person. Their S talk of a search, but it is half-hearted, led by a sheriff who looks relieved when the river gives up no body. The mill is boarded up again, this time with official notices. The story is that Derek skipped town, maybe with embezzled funds. It is a clean, simple story, and Blackwater clings to it. But I see the cracks. Mrs. Henderson S. prize dahlias, which always bloomed a violent crimson, have come up a sickly, washed-out pink. The old oak in the town square, the one we all swore was indestructible, has a single, large branch that S turned brittle and gray overnight. The town is healing, but it is a convalescence, a recovery from a fever that has left it weakened. I try to reconnect with the dead, to offer the comfort I always have. But when I seek out the old woman on Elm Street, her porch is empty. The soldier is gone from the square. The whispers are not just quiet, they are absent. It is a silence more deafening than their screams. The hungry one didn't he just take Derek, it took the dead too. It drained them, consumed their essence, and left this place spiritually barren. It is in the second week that the new sound begins. At first, I think it is the wind in the wires, or a distant train. But it is lower than that, a vibration more than a noise. A deep, rhythmic hum, like a monstrous heartbeat. I feel it through the soles of my feet when I stand on the bare earth. I feel it in the floorboards of my apartment at night. I ask Eden if she hears it. She tilts her head, listens. and shakes her head, her eyes worried. I realize it's a sound only I can perceive, a frequency of dread meant just for me. The hum is coming from the river. Tonight I can stay away. I drive back, the hum growing louder in my bones with every mile. The air is still and cold. The river looks normal, placid even. But the hum is here, a physical pressure in the air, making my teeth ache. I walk to the water's edge and look down. My reflection is wrong. The face looking back at me is mine, but it's gaunt, exhausted. And behind my reflection, in the dark water, I see something else. A faint, greenish glow deep down on the riverbed. It pulses in time with the hum. As I watch, a shape forms in the glow. It's not the vast, hungry mouth. It's smaller, more defined. A human form tangled in weeds, its eyes wide open, staring sightlessly at the surface. Derek, but he is not alone. Floating beside him, just as solid, is the old woman from Elm Street. And next to her, the soldier. They are all there. Every soul that was taken. They are not at peace. They are prisoners. Fuel. The hungry one is not gone. It's digesting. A hand touches my shoulder and I jump. It's Alma. Her face is grim in the moonlight. She points a bony finger at the water. You see it now, she says. The larder. It's saving them for later. It's saving you for last. The hum suddenly intensifies, becoming a single, commanding note that vibrates in my skull. From the center of the green glow, a tendril of darkness, slick and quick as an eel, shoots toward the surface. It doesn't break the water. It stops just beneath, pointing directly at me. An invitation, a summons. I feel a pull, a terrible gravitational tug from the river. It would be so easy to step in, to let the current take me. To end the fear, the thinning, the constant hum. The thought is not my own. It's being placed in my mind, a slick, cold suggestion. I stumble back from the bank, my heart hammering. Alma steadies me. Her grip is surprisingly strong. It knows your name, Carlos, she whispers. It's learning the names of everyone in this town. It's making a list. And when it's strong again, it will call them one by one. I look from her terrified face to the pulsing green light in the water. The soldier was right. It was only postponed. The loop isn't just starting again. It's tightening. And this time, I am not just the witness. I am the next course. The drive back to town is a nightmare of silent screams. The hum has subsided to a background thrum, but the image of the trapped dead is burned onto the back of my eyelids. Alma's words echo in the empty spaces of my mind. It's making a list. I don't go home. I go to Eden she's reading on the couch, but the book is closed in her lap as soon as I walk in. She takes one look at my face and stands up. What happened? I tell her. I tell her about the hum, the green light, the faces in the water. I tell her about the list. When I finish, the room is so quiet I can hear the ticking of the clock in the kitchen. Her face has lost all its color. It's not over, she says. not as a question, but a grim acceptance. It's worse. Before, it was a wild animal. Now it's intelligent. It's planning. I run a hand through my hair, my fingers feeling like strangers to my scalp. It knows me, Eden. It spoke to me without words. It wanted me to step into the river. She crosses the room and grabs my arms, her fingers digging in. You can go back there. Promise me. I have to. Alma said she said I am a part of its story now. I am the only one who can see it. If I don't do something, it will start calling people. It could call you. The fear in her eyes is a physical blow. But then it hardens into something else. Resolve. Then we do something. But not by yourself. Not by just going down to the river and waiting for it to take you. We need to understand it. We need to find its weakness. How there's no book on this, Eden. It's older than this town. Then we look for what's older than it is, she says, her voice steady. Alma knows things. There must be others. Records. Stories the town has forgotten. She lets go of my arms and starts pacing. The mill was built on something. What was here before? There has to be a reason it's anchored here. Her practicality is a lifeline, pulling me back from the edge of the abyss. The paralyzing terror recedes, replaced by a grim, focused dread. She's right. This is a war, and I've been fighting it like a ghost. It's time to fight it like a man. The next day, we go to the Blackwater Historical Society. A single room in the town library that smells of old paper and dust. The librarian, an elderly man named Mr. Finch, seems surprised to have visitors. We tell him we were researching the land the mill was built on for a gardening project. It's a thin story, but he accepts it. The records are sparse and unhelpful. Deeds, surveys, dry accounts of the mill's construction. There's no mention of anything before the 19th century. It's as if the town's history began with the first saw cutting the first tree. Eden finds a box of unsorted donations, mostly old photo albums and diaries. We spend hours sifting through the mundane lives of Blackwater's past. Then, tucked inside a crumbling family Bible, Eden finds a single, yellowed page. It's not a printed page, it's a hand-drawn map, rendered in faded ink. The river is there, but the mill is not. In its place is a simple drawing of a standing stone, and beside it, a word written in a shaky, archaic script. Atonement. We take the map to Mr. Finch. He peers at it through thick glasses. Oh my, he murmurs. I'd forgotten about this. This is pre-foundation. Local legend. The settlers who first came here, the ones who didn't build near the river, they talked about a warding stone. They said the natives who passed through this area avoided the bend in the river, called it the still throat, a place where voices were swallowed. What happened to the stone? I ask, my heart pounding. The map says atonement. Eden points out. That doesn't sound like it was just removed. Mr. Finch looks uncomfortable. The story goes, and it's just a story, mind you that there was an incident. A child from the settlement went missing near the river. When they found the body, the father, a man named Jeremiah Blackwood, in his grief and rage, blamed the stone. He said it was an idol to a false god. He and his sons toppled it. They broke it into pieces and used the fragments as foundation stones for the first building they erected, the sawmill. Eden and I look at each other. The foundation. The same foundation Derek dug into. He didn't just break a seal. He desecrated a grave. He scattered the pieces of a lock. Do you know where that first mill was? I ask, already knowing the answer. Why, on the exact same site as the current one, of course, mister. Finch says, some places are just destined for industry, I suppose. We thank him and leave. Outside, the sun is high, but I feel a new kind of cold. We have the truth now. The hungry one was contained, not by force, but by an act of reverence, a stone placed in atonement for some forgotten wrong. And its prison was broken by greed. The pieces, Eden says, the foundation stones, they must still be there, in the ground. Derek S. Pitt, I say, he must have dug them up. He found that stone disc there. That was probably part of it. Then the rest are still down there, she says. We need to get them. We need to put the stone back together. The plan is even more insane than the last one. But it's the only one we have. The hum in the earth is a constant reminder that time is running out. The list is being written, and my name is at the top. The problem, of course, is the pit. It's a crime scene now, officially cordoned off, and the mill is watched. We can just walk in with shovels. We spend the rest of the day driving the perimeter of the mill property, looking for another way in. The windows are boarded tight, the doors padlocked. The air around the place is still and heavy, like the calm after a storm that is only waiting to return. As dusk falls, we park a mile down the road and approach through the woods. The silence is unnerving. No crickets, no owls. Even the leaves under our feet seem to muffle their own crunch. The mill looms ahead, a black shape against the deepening blue of the sky. The yellow police tape across the main door flaps in a breeze I cannot feel. There, Eden whispers, pointing to the side of the building facing the river. One of the boards covering a basement-level window is loose, hanging by a single nail. It's the window Derek must have used for his own illicit entries. Prying it open is the work of a few stressful minutes. The space behind is dark and smells of damp earth and something else, something metallic and old. I climb through first, my feet landing on soft, wet ground. Eden passes me the flashlight and follows. The beam cuts through the absolute blackness of the mill's basement. It's larger than I imagined, a cavernous space filled with the ghosts of machinery. But our destination is clear. In the far wall, a raw, gaping hole yawns open. Derek S. Pit. Even from here, I can feel the cold emanating from it, a deep, wet chill that has nothing to do with the temperature. The hum is louder here, a vibration that comes up through the floor and into my bones. We approach the edge. The flashlight beam dances over the exposed earth, glinting off fragments of rock and something else. Pale, smooth shapes, bones. Animal, I tell myself, though I am not sure. And there, scattered throughout the dirt, are larger worked stones. They are a different color than the surrounding earth, a darker, almost bluish granite. Each one is roughly hewn, but some have faint, worn markings on them. Spirals, crosses, lines that mean nothing to me and everything. The foundation, Eden says, her voice hushed. We climb down into the pit. The cold is immediate and intense, seeping through my jeans. The hum is a physical pressure in my ears. We start gathering the stones, stacking them carefully by the base of the ladder. They are heavy, impossibly dense. As I lift one, my hand brushes against the earth wall, and a vision flashes behind my eyes. A man, his face contorted with a grief so profound it looks like rage. He is swinging a sledgehammer again and again against a tall, slender standing stone. With each blow, a sound like a great bell being struck echoes through the clearing, and beneath it, a wet, satisfied chuckle. Jeremiah Blackwood. I drop the stone, stumbling back. What is it? Eden asks, her hand on my arm. It's in the dirt, I gasp. The memory. It's in the dirt. We work faster, our breath pluming in the freezing air. The pile of stones grows. There are 7 large pieces and a scatter of smaller fragments. We can carry them all at once. We have to make trips. I am lifting the last large stone when the hum stops. The silence is more terrifying than the noise. It's the silence of a predator holding its breath. From the depths of the pit, where Derek S. digging must have hit the water table, a puddle of black water begins to bubble. A faint, sickly green light wells up from below. Eden grabs my arm, her fingers like ice. Carlos. The water isn't just bubbling. It's rising. It's creeping across the floor of the pit, not like water, but like a living stain swallowing the earth. And on its surface, I see reflections that are not our own. Gaunt faces, mouths open in silent pleas. Derek S. face is among them, his eyes wide with a permanent terror. It's not coming from the river. It's here. It's been here all along, sleeping under the mill, and we've woken it up. The green light intensifies, and the pull I felt at the riverbank returns, 1,000 times stronger. It's a command. Stay. The stones. I yell, shoving the one I am holding into Eden's hands. Get them out, now. I scramble up the ladder and start hauling the stones we've already gathered out of the pit, pushing them toward the window. Eden follows, her face a mask of determination and fear. The water is rising faster now, ankle deep, and it's cold, a cold that burns. The green light fills the basement, casting long, dancing shadows that seem to reach for us. We get the last of the 7 main stones to the window, just as the water in the pit reaches our knees. The pull is agonizing, a weight around my soul, trying to drag me back down. Go, I shout at Eden. She climbs out and starts pulling the stones through. I turn back for the smaller fragments, my movements slow and heavy as if I am wading through tar. That S when I see it. A shape is forming in the green water in the center of the pit. It is not a mouth this time. It is a hand made of darkness and riverweed reaching up from the depths. It points at me, a voice not in my ears, but in the core of my being, whispers a single word, mine. I grab the last few fragments of stone and lunge for the ladder. The watery hand makes a grasping motion, and the entire mill shudders. A support beam groans overhead, raining dust down on us. I half climb, half fall out of the pit, and scramble to the window. Eden is on the other side, her arms outstretched. I pass the fragments to her and climb through, collapsing onto the cool grass outside. We don T-stop to rest. We gather the heavy, damp stones into our arms and stumble into the woods, not looking back. Behind us, I hear a sound of rushing water and a low, hungry groan that seems to come from the earth itself. We have the pieces of the lock, but the door is wide open, and the thing on the other side is no longer waiting. We don't stop running until the trees thin out and the lights of the town appear below us. Our arms ache with the weight of the stones, and our clothes are soaked with river water and sweat. We stash the stones in the trunk of my car, wrapped in an old blanket, and the thud of the trunk closing feels like the loudest sound in the world. Eden leans against the car, her breath coming in ragged gasps. It knows we have them. I can only nod. The echo of that single word, mine, is a stain on my thoughts. It wasn't just claiming the stones. It was claiming me. The memory of Jeremiah Blackwood's rage-fueled destruction is a loop in my mind. He thought he was destroying an idol, but he was breaking a promise, an atonement. We can't put it back where it was, I say, the realization dawning with a cold clarity. The pit is its mouth now. Placing the stone, there would be like feeding ourselves to it. Then where? Eden asks, her voice thin with exhaustion. The story said atonement. It wasn't just a barrier. It was an apology, a recognition of a wrong. I look toward the town square, where the brittle branch of the old oak stands out like a skeleton against the night sky. We need to find the place that needs forgiving. We drive to Alma's. Her small house is dark, but she opens the door before I can knock, as if she's been waiting. She looks from my face to Eden's, then down at the blanket-wrapped bundle in my arms. Her eyes widen. "You foolish children," she whispers, but there's a grudging respect in her tone. She ushers us inside. The air in her home is thick with the smell of dried herbs and candle wax. We tell her everything. The map, the warding stone, the foundation, the thing in the pit reaching for us. She listens, her hands folded in her lap, her face a mask of ancient worry. When we finish, she is silent for a long time. Jeremiah Blackwood blamed the stone for his son's death, she finally says. But the stories my grandmother told, they said the boy was taken because Jeremiah cut down a sacred grove to build his house. The stone was not the cause. It was the reminder. a reminder of the balance he had broken. "So where do we put it?" Eden asks, her voice pleading. "How do we apologize for a whole town?" Alma's gaze turns inward. The old ones did not build monuments to mark their sacred places. They listened to the land. They asked for permission. She looks at me. "You hear the hum. You see the dead. The land speaks to you, Carlos. You must ask it where the wound is. You must find the heart of the stillness. The heart of the stillness. The still throat. The name the natives had for the river bend. It wasn't just a place where voices were swallowed. It was a place where the land itself had been silenced. Dawn is breaking when we leave Alma's, the sky a pale, sickly gray. The hum is back, but it's different now. It's not just a sound of hunger. It's a sound of pain, a deep, resonant ache that matches the throbbing in my own bones. I know where we have to go. We don't drive to the river. We drive to the town square. We carry the stones, one by one, to the base of the old oak tree. Its gray branch is a stark accusation against the brightening sky. This is where it started. The first settlement was here, on this high ground, away from the river. This is where Jeremiah Blackwood built his house and cut down the grove. This is where the balance was first broken. The ground under the tree is hard, but we dig, using our hands and a tire iron from the car. We don't dig a deep hole, but a wide, shallow basin. As we place the stones within it, arranging them not as they were, but in a circle, like a nest or an embrace, the humming in the earth begins to change. The painful throb softens. The aggressive pull I felt at the mill releases its grip on my soul. It's not gone, but it's listening. I place the last fragment, a piece with a single spiral carved into it, in the center of the circle. I put my hands on the rough bark of the oak tree and close my eyes. I don't have words. I just have the feeling. The memory of the trapped dead in the water. The fear in Eden's eyes. The weight of Blackwater's history. I offer it all up, not as a defense, but as an acknowledgement. A plea. For a moment, there is only silence. A true, deep silence for the first time in weeks. Then a single leaf, green and vibrant, detaches from the gray branch above and spirals down, landing gently in the center of the stone circle. The hum is gone. The air feels light. From the direction of the river, I hear a sound I haven't heard since this began. The distant cry of a hawk. Eden takes my hand. Her grip is warm and solid. Is it over? I look at the leaf on the stone, and then at the old oak tree. The gray branch is still there, a scar. But around it, the other branches seem to hold themselves a little straighter. No, I say quietly. It's not over, but it's different. We didn't build a new wall. We opened a conversation. The dead are still gone. The hungry one is still in the river. But the list has been burned. The invitation has been declined. The story of Blackwater has a new page now, and for the first time, I am not just a character in it. I am the author. And I am not alone. We stand there for a long time, watching the morning light strengthen. The ordinary sounds of the town waking up feel like a miracle. A car door slams. Someone calls out a greeting. These simple noises are no longer swallowed by the oppressive silence. They are just sounds, and they are beautiful. We should cover the stones, Eden says, her practical nature reasserting itself. Before anyone sees, we gather dry leaves and loose soil, carefully covering the circle of stones until it looks like a natural, slightly raised bed at the base of the tree. It's a fragile secret, a hope buried in the heart of the town. The walk back to the car feels lighter, but the exhaustion hits me like a physical blow. Every muscle aches with a deep, resonant fatigue. Eden looks just as spent, her face pale but calm. "We need to sleep," she says, and I can only nod. I drive us back to my apartment. The hum is gone, but a new sensation has taken its place. A quiet, watchful stillness. It feels like the land itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what we do next. We sleep through the day, a deep, dreamless sleep that feels like a healing. When I wake, the room is dark, and Eden is already up, making coffee in my small kitchen. The smell is comforting, normal. "It's still quiet," she says, handing me a mug. I listen, she's right. The silence is no longer threatening. It's just silence. It feels like a truce. It feels like a second chance, she corrects. We both know it's not a permanent solution. We didn't destroy the hungry one. We didn't even really cage it again. We acknowledged its grievance. We gave the land back its voice. But a thing that old, that hungry, doesn't just go away. It waits. A few days later, I go back to the mill. I don't go inside. I just stand at the edge of the property, looking at the yellow tape. The air is still cold there, and the river seems to flow a little darker past the bend. The connection is still there, a thin, cold thread tied to a part of me I can sever. I can feel it, patient and deep. It is not gone. It is learning. Eden finds me there. She doesn't say anything, just stands beside me. Her presence is a warmth against the chill. Alma was right, I say. It's a conversation, and we have to keep talking. Eden nods, following my gaze to the dark water. Then we'll keep listening. We turn our backs on the mill and walk toward the town. The story isn't over. The debt of Blackwater is not fully paid, but the list is empty, and for now, that is enough. We have work to do. We have a history to relearn and a balance to maintain. Together, the first thing we did was visit the library. Mrs. Higgins looked up from her desk, her eyes narrowing for a moment before softening with an unspoken understanding. We didn't ask for books on local history. We asked for maps, the oldest ones they had, and for any records of the people who were here before the mill, before the town, before Jeremiah Blackwood. The maps were faded, drawn on cracking parchment. They showed the river not as a boundary line, but as a central artery, with symbols for fishing grounds and gathering places. There were no squares or mills. There was only the land. One map, drawn by a surveyor in the early 1800s, had a note scrawled in the margin near the river bend. It read, "Place of quiet. Natives say to speak softly here." Eden traced the line of the river with her finger. They knew. They always knew. It wasn't a monster to them, I said. It was a part of the balance. A place that demanded respect. Our next stop was Alma's. We found her in her garden, planting seeds with a quiet focus. She listened as we showed her the map and told her our idea. We couldn't just defend against the hungry one. We had to learn to live with it, to honor the places it called home. The old ways are not about power, Alma said, brushing soil from her hands. They are about relationship. You have started a relationship, a difficult one, but a real one. She agreed to help us. We began small, almost secretly. On the night of the new moon, we went to the riverbank downstream from the mill, away from the still throat. We didn't bring offerings of stone or metal. We brought words. We sat on the cold ground, and Eden spoke aloud the names we had found in the old records, the names of the people who had lived and died here long before Blackwater was a stain on a map. I simply listened, not with my ears, but with that new, quiet sense inside me. The river flowed, dark and silent, but the oppressive hunger was muted, replaced by a watchful, ancient attention. A week later, a crew arrived to bulldoze the old mill. The town council had finally acted, declaring the building a public hazard. From my apartment window, I watched the machinery tear into the rotten wood and rusted metal. With each collapse of timber, I felt a slight tremor, not in the ground, but in that cold thread that still connected me to the bend in the river. It was not a tremor of anger. It was a tremor of release. Eden and I went down to the site after the workers had left for the day. The building was gone, leaving a scar of broken concrete and disturbed earth. But the pit was still there, a dark mouth filled with murky water. We stood at its edge, and for the first time, I felt no pull, only a deep, abiding sadness. "It's empty," Eden whispered. "Not empty," I corrected her. "Just resting." We had brought something with us, a smooth, round river stone. Together, we knelt and placed it at the edge of the pit, a simple, silent gesture, a promise to remember. Life in Blackwater began to change in subtle ways. The constant gray pall that seemed to hang over the town began to lift. People spoke of a strangely vibrant spring, of the oak tree in the square sprouting a handful of new green leaves from its dead branch. The disappearances stopped. The silence that had devoured sounds was replaced by the ordinary, comforting noise of life. I still feel the connection. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night, I wake up and know it's there, down by the river. It is a part of this place, and now a part of me. But it is no longer a master demanding tribute. It is a neighbor, a quiet, ancient, and sometimes terrible neighbor. And we have an agreement. We listen. Eden and I walk through the town square most evenings. We always end up at the oak tree. We never uncover the stones we buried, but we know they are there, a hidden heart beating in time with the land. Our story is woven into Blackwater's story now, a new thread in an old tapestry. The hunger is not gone, but it is sated, for now. And we will be here, watching, listening, for as long as the river flows. The following autumn, the river flooded. It wasn't a violent, destructive surge, but a slow, deliberate swelling that spilled over its banks and soaked the earth. The water reached the foundation of the old mill, gently filling the pit until it was just a shallow, muddy pond. A few weeks after the waters receded, green shoots emerged from the silt, the first life that Spot had seen in over a century. We took it as a sign. The conversation was continuing. My dreams changed. The gaunt, pleading faces were still there sometimes, but they were growing fainter, like echoes fading down a long corridor. Instead, I started dreaming of the forest. I'd walk under a canopy of immense trees, following the sound of the river, but I never felt afraid. I felt like I was being shown something. I started spending more time in the woods, sketching the plants and the way the light fell through the branches. Eden would often come with me, a silent, steady presence. We didn't talk much on these walks. We just listened. One afternoon, deep in a part of the forest the logging companies had never touched, I found a ring of stones, much older and more weathered than the ones we had buried. Moss covered them, and they seemed to sink into the forest floor as if they were a part of it. In the center, a single, pure white mushroom grew. I didn't touch anything. I just sat and looked at it, feeling a profound sense of peace. This was a place that had never been broken. When I told Alma about it, she smiled for the first time since I'd known her. "You found one of the old meeting places," she said. "The land remembers you." The story of what really happened at the mill never became public. Officially, Derek S. disappearance remained a tragic mystery, and the demolition of the building was just sensible urban renewal. But a few people seemed to sense the shift. Mrs. Higgins began stocking more books on local flora and native history. The town council, surprisingly, voted against a proposal to build a new parking lot on a parcel of riverside land, opting instead to leave it as a green space. The change was fragile, like the first ice of winter. We knew that. The Hungry One's satisfaction was not a permanent state. It was a balance, and balance requires maintenance. So we became its keepers, not its jailers, but its stewards. On the anniversary of the night, we buried the stones. Eden and I went back to the river bend. The moon was full, painting a silver path on the dark water. We stood there, hand in hand, and I felt the familiar presence, vast and cold and ancient. But the hunger was a muted thing, a deep, resonant hum rather than a scream. It was the sound of a sleeping giant. "It's still here," Eden said, her voice quiet. "It will always be here," I replied. "But so will we." We turned and walked back toward the lights of the town, leaving the river to its quiet flow. Our story was no longer about fear. It was about responsibility. The list was gone, but the memory remained. And we would make sure Blackwater never forgot again. The next spring, a developer from the city came to Blackwater. He had plans for a series of luxury cabins along the ridge overlooking the Still Throat. He talked about progress and economic opportunity at a town meeting, his voice slick and confident. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. Eden, sitting beside me, gripped my arm. We didn't say anything. We didn't have to. That night, we went to the ridge. The air was perfectly still. Too still. The developers' survey flags fluttered in the moonlight, bright orange slashes against the dark earth. I knelt and put my hand on the ground. The hum was there, but it was a low, warning thrum, like the growl of a great beast stirred from its sleep. "We have to show him," Eden said, her face set in a determined line. The next day, we requested a meeting. The developer, a man named Evans, agreed to see us in his temporary office, a trailer parked near the river. He smiled a thin, patient smile as we tried to explain. We talked about the history, the balance, the unique nature of the land. He listened politely, then leaned forward. "Kids," he said, "I appreciate local folklore. It adds charm. But this is about the future. This town needs a future." I felt a surge of frustration, but also a strange calm. I looked him directly in the eye. "Mr. Evans," I said, my voice quieter than I expected. "Walk the land with us, just once. Listen to it. If you still want to build after that, we won't bother you again." He sighed, clearly humoring us, but perhaps intrigued by our intensity. He agreed to a tour that afternoon. We didn't take him to the town square or the old mill site. We took him to the ring of stones in the deep woods. The air was cooler there, and the light fell in dappled patterns through the ancient trees. Evans was silent, his businessman's demeanor faltering as he looked at the moss-covered circle. "This is quite a spot," he admitted, his voice hushed. "Listen," I said. We stood there for a long time. The only sounds were the wind in the leaves and the distant rush of the river. Evans shifted uncomfortably. I could tell he was about to dismiss it all as a quaint novelty. Then a hawk cried out, its voice sharp and clear. At that exact moment, a cloud passed over the sun, plunging the clearing into a sudden, deep shadow. The temperature dropped noticeably. Evans shivered, pulling his jacket tighter. He wasn't humoring us anymore. He looked uneasy, almost afraid. He didn't say much on the walk back to his trailer. The next morning, he packed up and left town. The official reason was unforeseen logistical issues. The survey flags were gone within a week. We hadn't threatened him. We hadn't even argued. We had simply introduced him to the silence, and the silence had spoken for itself. It was a different kind of power, a quieter kind, and we were learning to use it. The conversation with the land was ongoing, and now we were learning to translate. The Evans incident changed things for us. It proved that our understanding was not just a private superstition, but a real, tangible force that could shape the future of Blackwater. We became, in a quiet way, consultants. Not that anyone called us that, but when a new family wanted to cut down the old willow in their backyard to make room for a swimming pool, Mrs. Higgins would casually mention they should talk to Eden and me first. We would walk the property with them, not with threats, but with stories. We'd point out where the ladies' slippers grew in a cluster, a sign of good soil, or where the birds always nested. We talked about the water table and the roots of the tree. We helped them see the land not as a blank slate, but as a living thing with a history. They almost always changed their plans. The town, in its slow, stubborn way, was healing. The new park by the river became a popular spot for picnics. Children played where the mill's shadow had once fallen. I sometimes watched them from a distance, feeling the cold thread in my soul, but it was calm. It was a sentinel's watchfulness, not a predator's hunger. One evening in late fall, Alma passed away in her sleep. Her death was peaceful, a natural closing of a long circle. At her funeral, the entire town turned out. As we stood by her grave, a sharp wind blew across the cemetery, rustling the dry leaves of the oak tree that stood sentinel there. But instead of a chill, the wind felt like a caress, a final, gentle goodbye. I knew, with a certainty that went beyond thought, that she was not gone. She had simply returned to the balance she had always understood. Eden and I inherited her small house and her vast, untamed garden. We moved in together as the first snow fell, the quiet of the old house a comforting presence. We spent the winter poring over her journals, deciphering her delicate handwriting. She had known so much more than she had ever told us. She had maps of underground springs and notes on the migratory patterns of birds that had not been seen in the county for 50 years. The final entry was dated the day before she died. It read, "The listeners have become the keepers. The story is safe. The river can rest. And so can I." Spring came early that year. The river ran high and fast with snowmelt, but it was a healthy, vibrant rush. On the first truly warm day, Eden and I went down to the bend, to the place we still called the Still Throat. The muddy pond where the mill's pit had been was now thick with cattails and buzzing with dragonflies. We sat on the bank, our shoulders touching, and watched the water flow. "It's different now," Eden said. "It feels complete." I nodded, looking at the way the sunlight danced on the current. The hungry one was there. I could feel its immense age, its deep, slow thoughts. But the sharp, desperate edge was gone. It was no longer a void trying to fill itself. It was a guardian of its own history. We had given it back its purpose. We paid the debt, I said, not by feeding it, but by understanding it. Eden leaned her head on my shoulder. "So, what do we do now?" I thought about the future, about the years stretching ahead. I thought about the children playing in the park and the new families moving to town. The story of Blackwater was continuing, and we were its scribes. We live, I said. We watch, we listen. And when the time comes, we remind people to speak softly by the river. A fish broke the surface of the water with a soft splash, and for a moment, the world felt perfectly, peacefully, in balance. The conversation was not over. It had simply become the background music of our lives. And we were finally learning the words. The summer after Alma S. passing was the warmest and greenest anyone in Blackwater could remember. The garden she left behind exploded with a vitality that felt like a tribute. Tomatoes ripening to a deep, bloody red, and sunflowers towering over the fence. We tended to it every morning, our hands in the soil, and it felt like we were continuing her work in the most fundamental way. The town, for the most part, had settled into a new rhythm. The fear was a forgotten language, replaced by the ordinary concerns of a small community. But a keeper's work is never done. It's just that the threats become subtler. It started with the water. Old Man Hemlock, who had fished the river for 60 years, mentioned it to me at the general store. "Water's tasting different," he grumbled, scratching his beard. "Not bad, just older, like it's come up from deeper down." I thanked him and shared a look with Eden. That afternoon, we walked the length of the river within the town's boundaries. The water looked clear, but when I knelt and cupped my hands to drink, I understood what he meant. It had a mineral sharpness, a cold, stony depth on the tongue that hadn't been there before. It was the taste of the aquifer beneath the still throat, water that had slept for centuries in stone. "It's changing," I said to Eden. "It's becoming more itself." She dipped her fingers in the current. "The balance is shifting, deepening. We weren't alarmed." This was part of the conversation. The land was asserting its restored health. But a change in the water is a change in everything. A few weeks later, the town council announced that the old water treatment plant, a relic from the 50s, needed urgent upgrades. The new system they proposed was efficient, modern, and involved drilling a new, deeper well directly into the bedrock near the ridge. The proposal made perfect sense on paper. It was progress. But Eden and I felt a cold dread settle in our bones. Drilling into that bedrock meant piercing the layers that separated the town from the ancient, quiet power below. It was like proposing to perform surgery on a sleeping giant. We attended the council meeting, but this time we didn't speak. We knew arguments about feelings and old ways would be dismissed. The town needed clean water. Instead, we listened. We heard the engineer's confident presentation, the council's pragmatic questions. The vote was unanimous in favor. After the meeting, the councilwoman, a sensible woman named Carol, stopped us on the steps. "I was expecting an objection from you two," she said, her tone not unkind, but curious. "It's not our place to object," Eden replied calmly. "It's our place to advise. The land near the ridge is sensitive. The drilling must be done with respect." Slowly and quietly, Carol looked at us for a long moment, and I saw a flicker of the old town's superstition in her eyes, tempered now by a hard-won respect. "I'll speak to the foreman," she said finally. "I'll tell him to be mindful. It was the best we could hope for." The drilling began the following Monday. The sound of the machinery was a harsh, industrial scar on the quiet morning. I stood at the edge of the worksite, feeling a tremor of agitation through the cold thread inside me. It wasn't anger, not yet. It was the disturbance of a deep sleep. The foreman, a man named Dan, was skeptical but professional. He received Carol S. unusual instructions. He agreed to halt work for 10 minutes every hour, a concession he clearly thought was ridiculous. On the third day, during one of these quiet periods, I walked over to the drill site. The bit was hundreds of feet down, chewing through the ancient rock. Dan was looking at a core sample, a long cylinder of stone pulled from the depths. It was mostly gray shale, but near the bottom, there was a section of rock that was unnaturally smooth and dark, almost like glass. Never seen anything like that, Dan admitted, holding it up. Looks almost melted. I reached out, and he handed it to me. The moment my fingers touched the dark stone, a jolt went through me, a vision of immense pressure, of slow, molten flow, of a darkness that was not empty, but full of weight and time. This was from a place that had not seen the light of day since the world was young, a place that should have been left alone. I handed it back carefully. "You should be very careful when you hit this layer," I said, my voice steady despite the echo of the vision. "It's old. It deserves peace." Dan nodded slowly, looking from the core sample to my face. The skepticism in his eyes was gone, replaced by a wary caution. He didn't understand, but he was starting to listen. The next day, they hit the water table. It wasn't a trickle. It was a surge. The water that erupted from the borehole was ice cold and crystal clear, with that same ancient, stony taste. But as it flooded the containment pit, the workers saw something else. The water carried with it thousands of tiny, perfectly round stones, each one black and smooth as polished jet. They clattered together with a sound like whispering teeth. Dan called us immediately. We arrived to find the crew standing back from the site, watching the black stones pile up in the pit. The air was cold, and a profound silence had fallen, deeper than the absence of sound. It was the silence of a held breath. Eden walked to the edge of the pit and knelt. She didn't touch the water or the stones. She simply bowed her head. I looked at Dan. "You found the source," I said. "This is enough. You have your water. Go no deeper." He didn't argue. He gave the order to cap the well. The project was complete. As the crew packed up, I looked at the pile of black stones. They were a message, a reminder that some depths are not meant to be plumbed. We had averted a crisis not by fighting, but by listening, and by ensuring that others listened too. That night, the black stones were gone, washed back into the depths by the flow of the new well. The water from our taps still tasted ancient and clean. The balance was preserved, but the margin for error felt thinner than ever. The hungry one was patient, but its patience had limits. We were its interpreters, and the town's survival depended on how well we could translate its quiet, stone-cold language. Story 2. The first thing I noticed was the smell of old apples. It was so sweet it was foul, a cloying, fermented scent that clung to the back of my throat. didn't he belong in the cabin, not in the bedroom with its scent of pine resin and the faint, clean odor of the wool blankets Jasper had insisted on bringing. This was a smell of decay, of fruit left to rot in a damp cellar. I breathed in through my mouth, trying to escape it, but it was already inside me, a sugary sickness spreading through my veins. Jasper was humming, a low, tuneless sound as he packed his small duffel bag. The sound of the zipper was like a knife tearing through silk. He moved with an easy, practiced grace, the kind that had always drawn me to him, a predator-esque confidence that made you feel safe, until it didn't he, the late afternoon light, thick and golden as honey, slanted through the single dusty window, catching the motes of dust that danced in the air between us. They looked like tiny, frantic insects. "You are sure about this?" I asked, my voice smaller than I intended. It was meant to be a game, his game, a trust exercise, he decalled it, his eyes alight with that particular spark of devious charm. A way to reset, to strip away all the noise of the city, of our lives, of the things we no longer said to each other. "Of course I am sure, Cheyenne," he said, not turning around. He picked up the handcuffs from the nightstand. They were not the fuzzy, novelty kind. They were cold, polished steel, the kind he deproduced once with a magician-esque flourish, a relic from his brief, misguided fascination with law enforcement. "It's just for the weekend. I'll be back Sunday evening. You'll have peace and quiet, time to think, time to appreciate." He finally turned to face me, and his smile was a beautiful, terrible thing. It didn't he reach his eyes, which were the flat, gray color of a winter sky just before a storm. He took my wrist, his grip firm but not unkind. The metal was shockingly cold against my skin. He led me to the heavy oak bedpost, the wood scarred and darkened with age. The click of the cuff locking into place was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It echoed in the silent room, a final, definitive sound. "The key is on the mantelpiece," he said, his voice a soft caress that felt like a violation. "A little incentive, a test of your ingenuity." He leaned in and kissed my forehead, his lips dry and cool. The smell of his cologne, something sharp and expensive, briefly overpowered the ghost of apples. "This is for us, Jay. For you. To prove you can rely on me. That you don't always have to be in control." He walked to the door, a silhouette against the dying light. He didn't look back. The door closed with a soft, solid thud. A moment later, the engine of his truck coughed to life, the sound growing fainter and fainter until it was swallowed by the immense, waiting silence of the woods. And just like that, I was alone. The first hour was manageable. Annoyance, a simmering anger that warmed me. This was typical Jasper. Grand, manipulative gestures disguised as therapy. I tested the cuff. It was tight, but not cutting. The bedpost was solid, a single carved piece of oak that felt as immovable as the mountain the cabin was built upon. The key glinted on the rough-hewn stone mantelpiece across the room. 20 feet away. It might as well have been 20 miles. I tried to pull, to twist my hand, to slip free. My wrist became raw, the skin chafing against the unyielding metal. The sun dipped below the trees, and the golden light bled away into a deep, bruised purple. The room grew dark. The silence was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a presence. It had weight, a dense, cottony pressure against my eardrums. I could hear the blood pulsing in my temples, the dry click of my eyelids when I blinked. That was when the smell of apples returned, stronger now. It was no longer just sweet. It had a sharp, vinegar edge, the smell of something once pleasant turning vicious. I breathed through my teeth, my heart beginning a dull, frantic thud against my ribs. The darkness in the corners of the room seemed to thicken, to congeal. I told myself it was my imagination, a trick of the fading light. But the smell was real. It was in the room with me. A floorboard creaked in the main room of the cabin. The sound was unmistakable. A long, low groan of old wood settling or bearing weight. I held my breath, my body rigid. The sound did not repeat. It was the house, I told myself. Just the house cooling down for the night. All old houses make noise. But this cabin was a relic, built by Jasper's grandfather, a place meant for hunting and solitude. Its sounds were unfamiliar to me, alien and threatening. The memory came unbidden, not as a thought, but as a full sensory assault. I was 7 years old, hiding in the hall closet during a game of hide-and-seek. The smell of my mother's wool coats, the dust, the darkness so complete I could taste it. The feeling of being forgotten, of the world continuing on without me, the laughter of my family distant and muffled, a party to which I was no longer invited. The panic that had risen in my small chest, a cold, liquid terror. This was that same terror, grown up, refined. It tasted of rotten apples. I must have slept, because I was jolted awake by a sound at the window. A scraping. Not a branch, there were no trees that close to the house. This was a deliberate, rhythmic sound, like something dragging a fingernail or a claw slowly down the glass. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. My eyes strained against the blackness. The moon had risen, casting a thin, milky light into the room. I could see the outline of the window, a pale rectangle, and against it, a darker shape, a suggestion of a head, of shoulders. It was there for only a second, and then it was gone. But the scraping sound continued, moving along the outside wall of the cabin now, a slow, patient circuit. Jasper, I whispered the name a dry rasp. Is that you? This isn't funny. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was a listening silence. I could feel it pressing in, curious, attentive. I pulled against the cuff until the pain was a bright, white star in my vision, a welcome distraction from the fear coiling in my gut. The metal bit into my wrist, and I felt a warm trickle of blood slide down my hand. The next day was an eternity of slow-burning terror. The sun rose, but it brought no comfort. The light was weak, gray, filtering through a sky the color of dirty dishwater. The smell of apples had permeated everything. It was in the rough wool of the blanket I managed to pull over myself with my free hand, in the air I breathed. It was the smell of the cabin itself. Thirst became a raging animal inside me. My tongue felt thick and foreign in my mouth. Jasper had left a bottle of water on the nightstand, just out of reach of my tethered hand. I could see it, beaded with condensation. I stretched my fingers until the muscles in my shoulder screamed, my fingertips brushing the cool, damp plastic. But I couldn't get a grip. It was a special kind of torture, that nearness. Hallucinations began as the second night fell. Or were they hallucinations? In the shifting shadows, I saw my mother sitting in the rocking chair by the fireplace. She was knitting, her needles clicking softly, a sound I hadn't heard since I was a child. She looked up and smiled, but her eyes were missing, just dark, empty sockets. Some men build cages with their hands, Cheyenne, she said, her voice a dry rustle. Others build them with their love. Which one is worse? I squeezed my eyes shut. When I opened them, she was gone. But the smell of her perfume, Shalimar, lingered for a moment before being swallowed by the ever-present sweetness of decay. The scratching returned, but this time it was at the door. A soft, insistent tap-tap-tapping, like a dog wanting to be let in. Then it became a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from the very walls. It wasn't a language I understood, but I felt its meaning. It was a voice of soil and roots and things buried deep. It spoke of patience. It spoke of hunger. I started talking to myself, to Jasper, to God, to the thing outside. My voice was a cracked and broken thing. Please, someone, please. The words were meaningless, just sounds to fight the silence. I remember to fight Jasper, and I had, months ago. He'd thrown a glass against the wall. You ray so independent, Cheyenne. You don't need anyone. Well, now you see what it's like to really need someone. To really be helpless. Was that what this was? The culmination of that argument. A lesson in dependency. On the third day, it began to rain. A cold, relentless downpour that hammered on the roof and lashed against the windows. The wind howled, a mournful sound that seemed to carry voices in it. The temperature plummeted. My breath plumed in the air. The damp cold seeped into my bones, a deep, aching chill that no amount of shivering could dispel. The thirst was a dull agony now, a constant background noise to the sharper pangs of hunger. The key on the mantelpiece seemed to mock me, a tiny sliver of hope that was physically unreachable. I had tried everything. I had pulled the bed, but it was heavy, solid, bolted to the floorboards in some long-forgotten act of stability. I had tried to break the bedpost with my weight, but it was like trying to break a stone. The rain stopped as suddenly as it had begun. In the new silence, I heard a new sound, a crunching of gravel, a car door slamming. Hope, fierce and painful, exploded in my chest. Jasper. He'd come back. He'd seen sense. Or someone else. A ranger. A lost hiker. Help, I screamed, the sound tearing from my raw throat. In here, help me. Footsteps on the porch. Heavy, deliberate. Not Jasper-esque quick, light tread. These were slower, more solid. The doorknob turned. The door swung inward. It wasn't T. Jasper. It was a man, but his form was wrong. He was tall and stooped, his limbs too long, his shoulders hunched as if accustomed to moving through low spaces. He was dressed in dark, wet clothing that clung to his thin frame, but it was his face, or the lack of it, that stopped my heart. Where his features should have been, there was only a smooth, dark hollow, like a shadow given substance. He stood in the doorway, dripping rainwater onto the floorboards, and he seemed to be looking right at me. This was no hallucination. The air grew colder. The smell of apples was now overpowering, mixed with the rich, loamy scent of wet earth and rotting leaves. He took a step into the room, then another. He didn't walk so much as glide, his movements unnaturally fluid. He ignored me completely. He walked to the rocking chair and sat down. The chair creaked under his weight. He began to rock, slowly, back and forth, back and forth. The rhythm was hypnotic, ancient. I was frozen, beyond screaming, beyond pleading. I could only watch, my breath caught in my chest. This was the presence I had felt. This was the thing that had been scratching at the windows, whispering at the door. It was real, and it was inside. It stopped rocking. That smooth, featureless head turned toward me. I felt its gaze, a physical pressure, cold and inquisitive. It raised one long, pale hand and pointed, not at me, but past me, toward the window. I turned my head, my neck stiff with cold and fear. Outside the window, standing among the dripping pines, was Jasper. He was just standing there, watching the cabin. His face was expressionless. He wasn't coming to rescue me. He was just observing, as if waiting for something to be completed. The thing in the chair made a sound. It was not a whisper this time, but a clear, resonant hum, the same tuneless hum Jasper had been making when he cuffed me to the bed. The exact same melody. Understanding crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. This was not a game that had gone wrong. This was the game. The trust exercise was a sacrifice. The key on the mantelpiece was not an incentive. It was a prop, a lie to give me false hope. Jasper hadn't just left me here to teach me a lesson. He had left me here for it. He had made an offering. The figure stood up from the chair. It glided toward me. The smell of apples was so thick I was drowning in it. It leaned over me, that blank face hovering inches from mine. I felt an impossible cold radiating from it, the cold of deep space, of the grave. It didn't touch me. It simply breathed in, a long, slow inhalation, as if tasting my fear, my despair, my dying hope. Then it reached out with one long, slender finger and touched the center of my forehead. Bolt, like ice and electricity, shot through my body. My back arched. Visions exploded behind my eyes. I saw endless forests older than time. I saw stars dying in cold, silent galaxies. I saw Jasper as a boy, his grandfather leading him to this very cabin, whispering secrets about the thing that lived in the woods, the thing their family had an understanding with, a transaction. You give it solitude, you give it silence, and in return, it gives you what you want. Jasper, it was control. Absolute, final control. The pressure on my forehead vanished. I slumped against the bed, gasping. The thing was gone. The cabin was empty. But I was not alone. I could feel it now inside my head. A cold, patient presence nestled in the dark corners of my mind. It had not come to take my life. It had come to take up residence. Sometime later hours, days, I no longer knew I heard the truck return. The door opened. Jasper stood there, a smile on his face. He looked refreshed, triumphant. "See, Cheyenne," he said, his voice warm and satisfied. "I knew you could do it. You look quieter." He walked to the mantelpiece, picked up the key. He walked toward me, jingling it in his hand. He was so pleased with himself, so utterly blind. He leaned over to unlock the cuff. As his fingers fumbled with the lock, I moved my free hand. It was not my own movement. It was fluid, certain. My fingers, cold as stone, closed around his wrist. His eyes snapped up to mine, wide with surprise. My voice, when it came out, was not my own. It was a layered thing, my own raspy whisper underpinned by that same guttural, ancient hum. It was the voice of the woods, and the rot, and the endless, patient dark. "Thank you, Jasper," the voice said through my lips. "The quiet here is perfect." His smile vanished. True terror dawned in his eyes. He tried to pull away, but my grip was impossibly strong. He understands now. The game is over. A new one is just beginning. And I will show him what it truly means to be helpless, to be a guest in your own life, to have something else pull the strings. The key falls from his limp fingers, clattering on the floorboards, forgotten. Outside, the rain begins to fall again, and the wind carries a new whisper through the pines. It sounds like my name, and it sounds like his, and it sounds like nothing of this earth. And inside, we are waiting. We have all the time in the world. The story does not end here, you see. It simply finds a new teller and a new listener, and it goes on forever in the dark. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. It was a beautiful thing, that silence from him. I watched the understanding bloom in his eyes, not as a sudden flash, but as a slow, creeping dread, like frost on a window pane. He saw that the woman he had cuffed to this bed was gone, and in her place was something that knew the shape of his soul, the weight of his sins, the petty, pathetic architecture of his desires. My fingers, still wrapped around his wrist, tightened. The bones grated together. He gasped, a short, sharp intake of air that was the first note of his new symphony of fear. "Cheyenne," he finally managed, a choked whisper. The thing inside me tilted my head. It was a gesture I would never make, a predator considering its prey. "Is that who you ray looking for?" The layered voice asked. "She is here. She is listening. She has so many questions now. About your grandfather. About the others who came before me." I pulled him closer. He resisted, his body rigid with panic, but his strength was a pathetic, human thing against the cold certainty that now animated my limbs. His face was inches from mine. I could smell the stale coffee on his breath, the faint residue of his expensive cologne, the sharp, acrid scent of his sweat. The smell of apples was everywhere, a perfume we now shared. "Let me go," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "This isn't funny anymore." A laugh escaped my lips, a dry, rustling sound like dead leaves skittering across stone. "Funny? You thought any of this was about humor, Jasper. It was about hunger. You were just too arrogant to see which one of us was the meal." With a casual flick of my wrist, I threw him backward. He stumbled, crashing into the small wooden table, sending a lamp shattering to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wild, darting toward the door. Escape. It was the only thought left in his primitive brain. He wouldn't make it. We knew he wouldn't make it. He took 2 frantic steps before his legs locked. He froze mid-stride, a statue of terror. A low moan escaped him as he fought against an invisible force. The presence inside me was enjoying this, flexing its power. It was not just in me. It was in the very air of the cabin, in the wood grain of the floorboards, in the shadows that now stretched and deepened. "The key," I said, my voice a soft command. His hand, trembling violently, reached into his pocket. He fumbled and produced the key to the handcuffs. He stared at it, as if it were a relic from a lost world. "Bring it to me." His body moved against his will. It was a jerky, marionette-esque walk, each step a small agony of rebellion. He stopped by the bed, his arm extending, the key held in his shaking fingers. I merely looked at him. The click of the lock opening was deafening in the silence. The cuff fell away from my raw wrist. I brought my hand to my face, examining the bloody, bruised skin with a detached curiosity. It was a body now, a vehicle. The pain was a distant signal. I stood up. My legs should have been weak, cramped from days of disuse, but they were strong. They were infused with a vitality that was not my own. I took a step toward him. He flinched, shrinking back. "You wanted me to need you," I said, circling him slowly. "You wanted me to be helpless. Now you have your wish. The balance is restored, just as your family S arrangement demands. You provided the offering, and in return, I stopped in front of him. I reached out and touched his cheek. He whimpered at the contact, at the unnatural cold of my skin. In return, you get me." The terror in his eyes was a nectar. I could feel the presence inside me drinking it in. This was just the beginning. There were so many ways to break a man like Jasper, not with violence, not all at once, but with a slow, meticulous unraveling. We would leave this cabin. We would go back to the city, back to our life. He would lie in our bed next to me, feeling the cold radiate from my body. He would see the knowledge in my eyes, the ancient, patient knowledge of the thing that wore his wife's face. He would jump at every whisper of the wind, every creak of the floorboards, wondering if it was just the house or if it was us, reminding him he would never be sure, and that would be the real cage. I took his hand. His was clammy and limp. Mine was cold and sure. "Come on, Jasper," I said, my voice softening into a mockery of Cheyenne's old cadence. Let us go home. We have so much to talk about. I led him toward the door. He didn't resist. The fight was gone from him, replaced by a numb, shuddering compliance. As we stepped out onto the porch, the clean, rain-washed air of the pine forest hit us. It did nothing to dispel the smell of apples that clung to me, to him, to everything. I looked back at the cabin once. In the dark space of the open doorway, for just a moment, I saw it. A tall, stooped shadow, its smooth, featureless face turned in our direction. It raised a long, pale hand in a slow, deliberate farewell. Then it was gone. I turned back to Jasper, squeezing his hand gently. He flinched. Don't worry, I whispered, leading him toward the truck. Everything is going to be different now. The truck started with a reluctant groan. Jasper sat behind the wheel, his hands gripping it so tightly his knuckles were bone white. He stared straight ahead, not daring to look at me in the passenger seat. I watched the landscape slide by, the dripping pines and gray sky, but my eyes were seeing other things. I saw the deep, tangled roots of the forest, the slow pulse of the earth, the history of this place written in the rings of ancient trees. The presence inside me was stretching, tasting the world through my senses. We did not speak. The only sound was the hum of the engine, a crude mechanical noise that was an insult to the silence we had left behind. Jasper's breath was shallow and quick. I could feel the frantic hammering of his heart from across the seat. It was a frantic, little drumbeat against the vast, slow rhythm of the thing that now shared my soul. About 10 miles down the winding mountain road, he finally broke. A sob ripped from his throat, raw and ugly. "What are you?" he choked out, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. I turned my head slowly. "I am the quiet you wanted for me," I said. "I am the lesson you insisted on teaching." I reached over and placed my hand on his arm. He jerked as if electrocuted. "Drive carefully, Jasper. We have a long journey ahead." The rest of the drive was a study in exquisite torment for him. Every time he risked a glance my way, I was just sitting there, smiling a small, placid smile that was utterly alien on Cheyenne's face. Once, I began to hum that same tuneless melody. He shuddered so violently, the truck swerved. When we finally reached our apartment in the city, the familiar surroundings seemed to mock him. The sleek furniture, the abstract art on the walls, the view of other buildings, it was all a fragile stage set. The real world was the dark, apple-scented woods we had brought back with us. He stood awkwardly in the living room, unsure what to do, a stranger in his own home. I moved past him to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. I wasn't tea-thirsty, not in the way I had been in the cabin. The need was different now, but the action was normal. It was what Cheyenne would do. "Aren't you going to ask about my wrist?" I said, holding up my injured arm. The bruises were a livid purple, the cut from the cuff a dark line. You should clean it for me. You should take care of me. That was the point, wasn't it? He moved like a sleepwalker, fetching the first aid kit. His hands trembled as he dabbed at the wound with antiseptic. I didn't flinch. I watched him, and I saw the memory of the cabin in his eyes, the terror of the thing in the rocking chair, the horror of my cold, strong grip. That night, he pretended to sleep. I lay beside him, wide awake, feeling the presence inside me, listening to the city sounds. It found the hum of electricity interesting, the distant wail of a siren amusing. It was learning. In the deep, silent hours of the night, I spoke into the darkness. I didn't use the layered voice. I used Cheyenne's voice, soft and clear. Jasper, I whispered. Your grandfather's name was Arthur, wasn't it? He made his offering in the spring of 1957. A school teacher from Portland, I believe. She had red hair. A strangled sound came from his side of the bed. The sheets tightened as his body went rigid. He was never the same after, was he? I continued conversationally. He always heard the whispering in the rain, just like you will. I rolled onto my side to face him. In the faint light from the window, I could see the tears tracking silently down his temples into his hair. Don't cry, my love, I whispered, reaching out to wipe a tear away. He squeezed his eyes shut at my touch. The quiet is just beginning. The next morning, the sun streamed through the blinds, painting bright bars across the floor. Jasper moved through the apartment like a ghost. He made coffee, his movements clumsy and loud in the profound silence that I carried with me. He placed a mug in front of me at the kitchen island. I did not touch it. I simply watched the steam rise and vanish. He finally broke. What do you want? The question was a dry rasp. I smiled. It was a gentle, wifely smile that did not reach my eyes. I want what you always wanted, Jasper. A happy, normal life. I stood and walked to the window, looking down at the traffic. We'll go to the grocery store today. We need apples. He flinched at the word. The supermarket was a carnival of noise and light. I pushed the cart, gliding smoothly through the bright aisles. Jasper trailed a step behind, his shoulders hunched, flinching at the cheerful chatter of other shoppers, the blare of music. He was a raw nerve, and the world was sandpaper. I stopped in the produce section, selecting a few perfect, shiny red apples. I held one up, turning it slowly in the fluorescent light. Don't they smell wonderful? I said, holding it out to him. He recoiled, bumping into a display of oranges. A few spilled and rolled across the floor. An employee gave him a strange look. Jasper mumbled an apology, his face flushed with a mixture of fear and humiliation. This was better than any chains. His own shame was the prison I was building around him, brick by brick. That evening, we had a visitor. Sarah, my friend from the book club, stopped by unannounced. Jasper's eyes widened in panic when the doorbell rang. Don't answer it, he pleaded, his voice desperate. Don't be silly, I said, my tone light and normal. It's just Sarah. I opened the door with a warm smile. "Sarah, what a lovely surprise." Sarah bustled in, her energy filling the hallway. "I just had to check on you too. You were so cryptic about your little getaway." She looked at Jasper, who stood frozen by the staircase. "Jasper, honey, you look terrible. Are you feeling okay?" I answered for him. "He's just tired." The mountain air was a bit much for him, I think. It was so quiet up there. I led Sarah into the living room. "Can I get you some tea?" As I moved toward the kitchen, I saw Jasper watching me, a silent scream in his eyes. He was terrified of what I might say, of what Sarah might see. I prepared the tea, humming softly. I could feel Sarah's gaze on my back. "You seem different, Cheyenne," she said, accepting the cup. Calmer. I sat down, folding my hands in my lap. "I feel different. I had a real breakthrough. Jasper helped me face some of my fears." I looked over at him, my expression full of a love that was a perfect, chilling imitation. "He's so strong." Sarah beamed. "See, I told you a little adventure would be good for you too." We made pleasant, empty conversation for 20 minutes. Jasper did not speak a word. He just sat, sweating, his smile a rigid, painful grimace. When Sarah finally left, the door clicked shut with the finality of a tomb seal. The pleasant expression melted from my face. The silence returned, thick and heavy. I turned to Jasper. "She thinks you're strong," I said, the layered voice returning, a whisper beneath my own. "We know the truth, don't we?" He sank to his knees on the polished floor, his head in his hands. The sobs that racked his body were silent, hopeless things. I walked over and stood above him, looking down at the man who had wanted to be my master. "Get up, Jasper," I said softly. "It's time for bed. Tomorrow is a new day. We have so much to do." He looked up at me, his eyes hollow. He was beginning to understand that there would be no escape, no moment of waking from this nightmare. This was his life now, our life, and the story, as I had promised, was simply finding a new way to be told. The listener had become the teller, and the teller was now a permanent, silent guest in his own hell. The days began to fold into one another, a seamless tapestry of exquisite torment. Jasper went through the motions of his life. He went to work, attended meetings, shook hands with colleagues. But his eyes held a permanent, glazed horror. He jumped at the sound of the office printer, the ring of his phone. He would call me sometimes, in the middle of the day, his voice a tight, controlled wire. "Just checking in," he'd say. "I'm right here, Jasper," I'd reply, my voice sweet and even. Where else would I be? I could feel his relief and his terror warring over the line. Relief that I was still in the apartment, contained. Terror that I was still in the apartment, waiting. I spent my days exploring the boundaries of this new existence. I read Cheyenne's books, but the words were flat, the stories trivial. I watched the people in the street below, their lives so brief and frantic. The presence inside me regarded it all with a deep, ancient patience. It was learning the rhythms of this modern world, finding the cracks where the quiet could seep in. One afternoon, I decided to bake a pie. The impulse was not my own, but a nudge from the presence, a desire to feel the texture of flour, the cool weight of butter, the perfect, round symmetry of the apples. I worked quietly in the sunlit kitchen, my movements efficient and precise. When Jasper came home, the smell of cinnamon and baking pastry filled the apartment. He stopped dead in the doorway, his briefcase dangling from his hand. The scent of apples, warm and inviting now, was a trigger that sent a visible shudder through him. "Something smells good," he forced out, his voice strained. "It's an old recipe," I said, wiping my hands on a towel. "I thought you'd like it." We ate in silence at the dining table. He took a small bite, chewed slowly, and swallowed with difficulty. I ate a large piece, savoring the sweetness, the slight tartness of the fruit. "It needs something, don't you think?" I mused, tilting my head. "A different kind of apple, perhaps, something wilder. We should go back to the cabin soon, for the proper fruit." His fork clattered against his plate. He pushed his chair back, mumbling something about a work email, and fled to his study. I smiled and took another bite. The pie was perfect. That night, as he pretended to sleep, I lay beside him and reached out with a part of myself that was no longer just me. It was a tendril of consciousness, a seeking feeling. I found the frantic, scrambling thoughts in his mind. He was planning, not an escape he knew that was impossible, but a resistance. He was thinking of doctors, of priests, of confiding in his brother. Foolish, fragile hopes. I let my presence brush against those thoughts. I didn't crush them. I simply let him feel me there, in the privacy of his own skull, reading his desperate plans like an open book. He froze, his breath catching in his chest. I whispered into the dark, my voice barely audible. "Your brother Mark wouldn't understand, Jasper. He's a skeptic. And Father O'Malley at St. Ignatius. His faith is a small, tidy thing. It has no room for what lives in these woods. There is no one who can help you." A low, animal moan escaped him. He curled into a tight ball, as if he could physically hide from the thing that was already inside. "This is your faith now," I continued, "your penance, and your purpose." I rolled over and placed a cold hand on his heaving shoulder. "To be the keeper of the quiet, to be my anchor in this noisy world." He began to weep deep, ragged sobs that shook the bed. I did not comfort him. I simply listened, the way one listens to the rain. It was a soothing sound. It was the sound of his old life dissolving, and the new one, our life, settling into place. The story was being written, not with an ending, but with an eternal, unbearable present. And we had only just finished the first chapter. The weeping subsided eventually, leaving behind a hollow silence. Jasper lay still, but the tension in his body was a live wire. He was broken, but not yet fully accepting. There was still a spark of the man who had driven me to that cabin, the man who believed in control. That spark would need to be extinguished with care. The next day, I suggested a walk in the park. The day was bright and unseasonably warm, the park full of life. Children shrieked on the playground, couples strolled hand in hand, and the scent of cut grass was thick in the air. Jasper walked beside me, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his gaze darting everywhere, seeing threats in every squirrel-esque chatter, every bird-esque song. The normalcy of the scene was a special kind of torture for him. We stopped by the pond to watch the ducks. A little girl was feeding them pieces of bread, her laughter like tiny bells. Jasper watched her, and for a moment, a flicker of something like humanity crossed his face, a memory of innocence, perhaps. It was a weakness. I focused on the ducks, not on their squawking, but on the dark water beneath them. I reached down with that same tendril of consciousness, past the surface reflections, into the cool, still depths. The presence stirred, recognizing a familiar element. The water was a conduit for the quiet. The ducks suddenly fell silent. They stopped their frantic paddling and simply floated, their heads cocked, as if listening. The little girl looked confused, holding out a piece of bread that no one claimed. The surface of the pond, which had been rippling, became as smooth as glass. A profound hush fell over our little corner of the park. The laughter from the playground seemed to fade into the distance, muffled by an invisible blanket. Jasper felt it. His breath hitched. He looked from the motionless ducks to the perfectly still water, and then to me. I was smiling softly, my eyes fixed on the depths. "It's peaceful here, isn't it?" I said, my voice barely a whisper. So much quieter than the rest of the world. He understood. This was not a coincidence. This was a demonstration. The quiet was not confined to the cabin or to our apartment. It was with me. It could spread. As we turned to leave, the spell broke. The ducks began to quack again. The water rippled in the breeze, and the sounds of the park returned to their normal volume. But the terror in Jasper's eyes was absolute. He had seen that the infection could touch the world. His world. That evening, he did not retreat to his study. He sat in the living room, staring at the blank television screen. I sat across from him, knitting. It was something Cheyenne had enjoyed, and the repetitive, silent motion was soothing to the presence within. Click, click, click went the needles, the only sound in the room. After a long while, he spoke, his voice ragged. "What happens now?" I did not look up from my work. "Now, we live. You will go to work. You will provide. You will come home. And you will look at me, and you will remember. You will be the proof that the story is true. That is your role. For how long?" The question was a plea. The needles paused. I lifted my head and met his gaze. "For as long as the apples grow on those trees," I said. "For as long as the woods stand. Your family made a promise, Jasper. A long, long time ago. You are simply the latest to honor it." I saw the final piece of his resistance crumble then. It was in the slump of his shoulders, the way his his head bowed. He was not just facing a haunted wife or a personal demon. He was facing a legacy. He was a sentence in a story that had been written generations before he was born. He stood up, moving like an old man, and walked to the window. He looked out at the city lights, the countless lives burning bright and brief. "I am sorry, Cheyenne," he whispered to the glass. It was the first time he had used her name since the cabin. I set the knitting aside and went to stand beside him. I did not touch him. We stood there together, looking out at the world he had tried to be a part of, the world he was now forever separated from. "I know," I said. And in that moment, it was not the layered voice, nor was it Cheyenne's gentle tone. It was something else, something final. "But she can't hear you anymore. It's just us now." He nodded slowly, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. It was not a tear of rebellion, but of acceptance. It was the most beautiful thing I had seen yet. The quiet in the room was no longer tense. It was deep and settled and complete. We had reached an understanding. The story had found its teller, and the listener had finally learned how to listen. The following Monday, Jasper went back to work. There were no more frantic phone calls. He left at 8 and returned at 6, his face a carefully composed mask of weary normalcy. He would kiss my cheek when he left, and when he returned, a dry, perfunctory gesture that was part of our new routine. I would receive it with a serene smile. I began to make small changes to the apartment. I replaced the abstract prints with landscapes I found at a thrift store dense, dark forests and misty valleys. I bought pots of rich, dark soil and planted seeds I ordered from a specialty catalog. Seeds for plants that thrived in shade and silence. They sat on the balcony, little patches of waiting potential. Jasper never commented on them. One evening, his brother Mark came over for dinner. Jasper had tried to cancel, but I had insisted. "Family is important," I had said, and the look in my eyes brooked no argument. Mark was a louder, more jovial version of Jasper. He clapped his brother on the back, handed me a bottle of wine, and talked incessantly about his job, his golf game, the new car he was thinking of buying. Jasper was silent throughout the meal, pushing his food around his plate. "You're quiet tonight, Jas," Mark said, finally noticing. "Everything okay?" "Jasper's just been working very hard," I answered smoothly, refilling Mark's glass. "He's been so supportive. My little retreat to the mountains did me a world of good, but it's taken him a bit longer to readjust to the city noise." Mark laughed. "I bet. Dead silence out there, I imagine. Enough to drive a man crazy." He winked at Jasper, who managed a tight, ghastly smile. Later, as Mark was leaving, he pulled Jasper into a brief hug. "Seriously, man," he said, his voice low but not low enough. "You look like hell. You sure you're okay?" I was standing just inside the doorway, in the shadows of the hall. I saw Jasper's eyes flick toward me before he answered his brother. "I'm fine, Mark," he said, his voice flat, and utterly convincing in its emptiness. "Just tired. It's good to be home." Mark left, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Jasper closed the door and leaned his forehead against it, his entire body sagging. He had passed a test he didn't even know he was taking. He had lied to his own brother to protect the horror that his life had become. It was a significant step. I walked up behind him and placed a hand on his back. He flinched, but did not pull away. "That was good, Jasper," I whispered. "You're learning." He didn't respond. He just stood there, trapped between the door and my touch. The apartment was perfectly still. Outside, the city hummed its meaningless song. But in here, the quiet was absolute. It was a finished thing. It was home. The next morning, I found him standing by the balcony, staring at the little pots of dark soil. A single, pale green shoot had broken the surface in one of them. He was staring at it with a kind of dreadful fascination. "It's growing," he said, his voice hollow. "Life finds a way," I replied, coming to stand beside him. Even in the quiet, he turned to me, and for the first time, I saw no fear in his eyes. There was only a deep, weary resignation. "What do you want me to do today?" It was not a question of rebellion, but of routine. He was seeking his instructions. The structure of his servitude was becoming a comfort. "The grocery store," I said. "We need more apples." "The kind from the supermarket will do for now." He nodded, already moving to get his coat. The trip was uneventful. He pushed the cart this time. He selected the apples himself, his hand steady as he placed them in a plastic bag. He did not flinch at the bright lights or the noise. He moved through the aisles with a detached efficiency, a man performing a familiar chore. He was becoming numb, which was even better than him being afraid. Numbness was permanent. That night, as we sat in the living room, he looked at the knitting in my lap. "What are you making?" he asked. I held it up. It was a long, dark scarf, the pattern complex and seemingly endless. "It's for you," I said. "The nights will get colder." He watched the needles click together, the dark yarn weaving into a dense, warm fabric. There was no gratitude in his gaze, only a quiet acknowledgement of the fact. This was his life. His wife would knit him a scarf, while the ancient presence inside her watched him with timeless patience. Later in bed, he did not pretend to sleep. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. I could feel the thoughts in his head, not frantic anymore, but slow and heavy. He was thinking of the future, a long, gray road of days exactly like this one. There was no end in sight. There was only the quiet. "It will be easier when you stop fighting it," I said into the darkness. "I am not fighting," he whispered, and I knew he was telling the truth. The fight was gone. All that was left was the enduring. The story was no longer being written. It was simply being read aloud every day in the silent performance of our lives. The listener had become the tale itself, and the telling would go on forever. The office holiday party was a special kind of agony. Jasper stood by the punch bowl, a paper plate of untouched canapes in his hand. smiling at colleagues whose names he sometimes struggled to recall. I stayed by his side, my hand resting lightly on his arm. I wore a dark green dress that Cheyenne had always thought was too somber. It felt appropriate. People complimented him on how well I looked. "The country air did you wonders, Cheyenne," a woman from accounting chirped. I simply smiled and thanked her, my grip on Jasper's arm tightening almost imperceptibly when he tensed. He laughed at the right moments, told a bland story about a project deadline, and expertly guided conversations away from our personal life. He had become a master of deflection. His performance was flawless. We left early, pleading a headache. The moment the elevator doors closed, sealing us in the sterile, mirrored box, his face went slack. The persona he had maintained for 2 hours evaporated, leaving behind the hollowed-out man I knew. He looked at our reflection, a handsome couple in their fine clothes, and a single, silent tear rolled down his cheek. I did not wipe it away. I watched it trace the path of his despair in the glass. At home, he mechanically hung up his coat. He walked to the balcony and stared out at the night. The little plants were taller now, their leaves a deep, waxy green that seemed to absorb the city's light rather than reflect it. "I can't do this forever," he said, his voice flat. It wasn't a threat or a plea. It was a simple statement of fact, like noting the time. "You won't have to," I said, joining him. The presence within me felt expansive, pleased. The time for the next step was nearing. Forever is a long time, but a pilgrimage, that has a beginning and an end. He turned his head slowly to look at me. "A pilgrimage. To the cabin," I said. "It's time to go back. Just for a visit. To see the trees. To gather the proper apples." He closed his eyes. He had known this was coming. The supermarket apples were a placeholder, a temporary concession. The heart of the story remained in those woods. "We'll tell people we're taking a long weekend," I continued. "A second honeymoon to finish my recovery. Sarah will think it's romantic." He nodded, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Or was it relief? The routine of the city, the constant performance, was a grinding pressure. The thought of the cabin, for all its horrors, represented a terrible kind of honesty. "We'll leave Friday," he said. I reached out and touched one of the dark leaves on the balcony plant. It was cool and strangely firm beneath my finger. "Yes," I agreed. "We'll leave Friday." The quiet in the room felt different that night. It was no longer a settled thing, but a quiet full of potential, like the air before a storm. It was a quiet that was preparing to travel. Jasper slept deeply for the first time in weeks, a sleep of utter exhaustion. I did not sleep. I watched him, and I listened to the city, and I thought of the trees waiting for us in the dark. The story was ready to turn a page. The car was packed by Thursday evening. Jasper moved with a methodical precision, placing our bags in the trunk without a word. He had taken the day off work, citing the need to prepare for our trip. His boss had been understanding. Everyone was so understanding of Jasper and his fragile wife. It was a useful narrative. I stood by the window, watching him. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows across the parking lot, and for a moment, Jasper's shadow seemed to stretch and twist into something not quite human. He slammed the trunk shut, and the illusion broke. He was just a tired man loading a car for a trip he dreaded. He came back inside, the scent of cool evening air clinging to his jacket. "It's done," he said, not looking at me. "Good." I handed him a glass of water. He drank it without question. I had been adding little things to his food and drink for weeks, now crushed petals from the balcony plants, a fine powder ground from the roots. It was not poison. It was an anchor. It was tethering his spirit to mine, making the presence within me less of an invasion and more of a shared condition. He was being acclimated. We ate a silent dinner. Afterward, he went to the balcony. The plants were thriving, their growth unnaturally rapid. They seemed to lean toward him in the twilight. He didn't touch them, but he didn't move away either. He just stood there, breathing in their faint, earthy scent. The drive north on Friday was a study in contrast. The world outside the car was vibrant with the final burst of autumn color. The sun was bright, the sky a hard, clear blue. Inside the car, the atmosphere was thick and muted. We didn't speak. The radio was off. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the whisper of the tires on the asphalt. Jasper's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, but his face was calm. The numbness had settled deep. As we left the highway for the winding mountain roads, the familiar pressure began to build. The air itself grew heavy. The chattering of squirrels and birds ceased, replaced by that profound, waiting silence. Jasper's breathing became shallow. He was returning to the source of his nightmare, and his body knew it. The cabin looked exactly as we had left it. A little more weathered, perhaps, with a few more pine needles on the roof. It sat in its clearing like a forgotten tomb. Jasper turned off the engine. The sudden absence of sound was a physical blow. He didn't move. He stared at the cabin door as if it were the gate to hell. "It's time," I said softly. He flinched, then nodded. He got out of the car and began to unload our bags. His movements were slow, deliberate. I didn't help him. I walked past him, up the creaking steps, and pushed the door open. The inside was cold and smelled of dust and pine. But underneath that was the other scent, the rich, loamy smell of the orchard, the sweet, cloying perfume of fallen fruit. It was stronger now. It welcomed me home. I went to the kitchen window and looked out back. The orchard was there, the trees heavy with fruit. The apples gleamed with a deep, bloody crimson in the late afternoon light. They were perfect. I heard Jasper's footsteps on the porch, then the sound of our bags being set down just inside the door. He stood there, framed in the doorway, looking not at me, but past me at the orchard. "They lay waiting for us," I said. He didn't answer. He just took a step inside and closed the door. The latch clicked into place with a sound of terrible finality. We were back. The pilgrimage had reached its destination. The next chapter was beginning here, where it had all started, in the deep and hungry quiet of the trees. The first night was the worst. Jasper did not sleep. He sat in the old armchair by the cold fireplace, staring into the darkness. I lay in our bed, listening to the silence. It was different from the city's quiet. This was an ancient silence, a living thing that pressed against the walls of the cabin, seeping through the cracks in the logs. It was a silence that had weight and intention. In the morning, I found him in the same position, his eyes red-rimmed and hollow. He looked like he had aged 10 years in a single night. "We need apples," I said, as if suggesting a morning stroll. He followed me out back without a word. The grass was stiff with frost, crunching under our feet. The orchard stood before us, the trees unnaturally still. Not a single leaf trembled. The apples hung like ornaments, too perfect, too heavy. Jasper stopped at the edge of the clearing, his breath pluming in the cold air. Couldn't he bring himself to step between the trees? I walked forward alone. My fingers brushed against the low-hanging fruit. They were cold and smooth as stone. I chose one, twisting it from the stem with a soft snap. I carried it back to him, holding it out on my palm. It seemed to pulse with a dark, internal light. "Take it," I said. His hand trembled as he reached out. His fingers closed around the apple. A shudder ran through his entire body. He held it as if it were a live coal, something that could burn or poison him. "It's just an apple, Jasper," I said, but we both knew that was a lie. It was a covenant. It was a chain. He brought it to his nose, inhaling its scent. His eyes widened. It didn't smell like an apple. It smelled like the cabin, like the silence, like the earth under the trees. It smelled like me. "Eat it," I whispered. He looked at me, and I saw the last flicker of the man he had been. It was a look of pure, unadulterated terror. Then it was gone, extinguished by the crushing weight of his duty. He lifted the apple to his mouth. His teeth sank into the skin with a crisp, loud sound that was immediately swallowed by the waiting quiet. He chewed slowly, mechanically, and swallowed. Nothing happened. No sudden transformation, no cry of pain. He just stood there, holding the half-eaten apple, a single tear freezing on his cheek. But I felt it. A new connection snapped into place, a thread of silence now tying him directly to the orchard, to the presence within me. He was no longer just a keeper. He was part of the harvest. "Now you understand," I said. He nodded, his jaw clenched. He understood completely. This was no longer my story, or Cheyenne's story, or even his story. It was the story of the quiet, and we were both merely characters within it. He took another bite. The days that followed took on a new rhythm, a grim liturgy we performed together. Each morning, we would walk to the orchard. Each morning, Jasper would eat an apple. His reluctance never faded, but it became ritualized, a necessary step in the day's proceedings. His color changed subtly, a pale, waxy quality replacing his city pallor. He spoke less and less, and when he did, his voice was a dry rustle, like leaves skittering across stone. I began to teach him the other routines, how to tend the soil around the bases of the trees, not with a tool, but with his hands, letting the dark, cold earth pack under his fingernails. How to listen for the specific quality of silence that indicated a tree was thirsty or a branch was ready to be pruned. He learned quickly. His fear had been refined into a kind of devout attention. He was an excellent student. One afternoon, a week into our stay, a car door slammed in the distance. The sound was a violent intrusion, a rock thrown into a still pond. Jasper flinched, dropping the gnarled branch he was holding. His eyes darted toward the sound, wide with a panic I hadn't seen since our return. "Stay here," I said, my voice barely a breath. I walked back to the cabin, moving without haste. A man was standing by a parked SUV, looking toward the cabin. It was a ranger, his uniform a crisp green against the dull browns and grays of the forest. He saw me and offered a friendly wave. "Afternoon," he called out as I approached. "Just doing a routine check." Saw the car, wanted to make sure everything was all right. "Everything is fine," I said, stopping a few feet from him. I smiled Cheyenne's warm, open smile. "My husband and I are just enjoying some quiet time." The ranger's eyes were friendly but perceptive. He glanced past me toward the orchard. "It's sure quiet enough out here. You ray the ones who had a bit of a scare last time, guarantee you. Your husband got lost. A misunderstanding," I said smoothly. "The solitude can be disorienting at first, but we've grown to love it. He's out back now, meditating. He finds it very centering." The ranger nodded, but his gaze lingered on the tree line. A faint frown creased his forehead. He was sensing it, the pressure, the unnatural stillness that clung to our clearing. It pushed against the normal world he represented. "Well, you folks be careful," he said, his tone shifting from casual to slightly officious. "Weather's turning, and it's easy to lose track of the trails back in there." He gestured with his chin toward the orchard. "We know our way," I said. The smile was still on my face, but it no longer reached my eyes. He seemed to understand that the conversation was over. He tipped his hat, got back in his SUV, and turned the vehicle around. I stood and watched until the sound of the engine faded completely, absorbed by the forest. The silence rushed back in, thicker than before, satisfied. When I returned to the orchard, Jasper was exactly where I had left him. He was staring at the spot where the ranger's car had been, his body rigid. "He's gone," I said. Jasper's shoulders slumped. He wasn't relieved. He was disappointed. For a moment, a single fleeting moment, the outside world had thrown him a rope. He had considered desperately whether to grab it. But the habit of obedience was too strong. The apple apple in his stomach was too heavy. "He won TB back," I added. "They never are." Jasper turned away from me and looked up into the branches of the nearest tree. He reached up and picked another apple. He didn't wait for my instruction. He bit into it, his eyes closed. He was no longer eating for sustenance, or even out of fear. He was eating to drown out the memory of the engine S sound, to erase the ghost of a world where rescue was possible. He was eating to make the quiet inside him match the quiet that surrounded us. And with each bite, the roots of the orchard grew deeper, and the story of this place grew more complete. The next morning, Jasper was already in the orchard when I woke. I found him on his knees, his hands buried in the earth at the base of the largest tree. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. He was whispering to the roots. I did not interrupt him. This was progress. The weather turned, just as the ranger had predicted. A bitter wind swept down from the higher peaks, carrying the promise of snow. The cold did not seem to bother Jasper anymore. He moved through the freezing air as if it were a pleasant spring breeze, his thin jacket hanging open. The apples, however, began to change. Their perfect crimson skins deepened to a shade so dark it was almost black, and they grew softer to the touch, their flesh yielding like bruised skin. One evening, as a steady gray rain began to fall, Jasper spoke without prompting. His voice was rough from disuse. "There used to be others, didn't there?" I looked up from the hearth where I was building a fire. "Others. Before me." He was staring at the wall, but I knew he was seeing the trees. "This story, it's old. I'm not the first listener." "No," I said, striking a match. The flame caught the dry kindling, casting dancing shadows across his face. "You are not the first. Where are they?" "The story absorbed them," I explained, watching the fire grow. They became part of the quiet. Their silence nourished the trees for a long, long time. But all things need renewal. A story must be told again and again to stay alive. He absorbed this, his expression unreadable. The rain tapped against the roof, a timid, rhythmless sound that was quickly smothered by the silence inside the cabin. He was not horrified by the fate of his predecessors. He seemed, if anything, to find a grim comfort in it. It meant his suffering had a precedent. It meant he was not alone in his fate. Later that night, I woke to an empty bed. The cabin was dark, the fire reduced to embers. I rose and went to the window. The rain had stopped, and a weak, watery moon shone through the clouds. Jasper was standing in the middle of the orchard. He was barefoot, his shirt soaked through. He stood with his arms slightly raised, his face upturned to the sky, letting the moonlight and the dripping rain wash over him. He was not praying. He was communing. I watched as he reached up and picked an apple from a branch overhead. Instead of eating it, he held it tightly in his hand, his fingers digging into its soft, dark skin. A trickle of juice, black in the moonlight, ran down his wrist. He brought his hand to his mouth and licked it clean. He had finally stopped enduring. He was beginning to participate. I returned to bed and listened. The The silence outside was no longer pressing against the cabin. It was seeping inside, carried in by the man who was now its willing servant. The story was not just being read. It was being revised, with Jasper writing himself a new, more permanent role. The listener was finding his voice, and it was a voice made of wind through bare branches and the soft decay of fruit falling to the ground. The telling would indeed go on forever, but now it would have a chorus. The following day, the first snow fell. It was not a gentle dusting, but a thick, heavy blanket that muffled the world in an hour. Jasper stood at the edge of the porch, watching it fall with an expression of serene acceptance. The flakes settled in his hair and on his shoulders, and he did not brush them away. He was becoming part of the landscape, a feature of the clearing as fixed and silent as the trees themselves. I knew then that we could not return to the city. The idea was absurd, a page from a book we had closed forever. The cabin was not a retreat, it was our terminus. The pilgrimage was over. The settlement had begun. We fell into the deep, slow rhythm of winter. Our world shrank to the cabin and the orchard. The trees stood skeletal and black against the endless white, but the apples never fell. They clung to the branches, dark jewels against the snow, immune to the wind and cold. They were our only sustenance. We ate them morning and evening, and their strange, rich flesh sustained us completely. We no longer needed the supplies we had brought from the city. Those cans and packages sat in a corner, forgotten relics of a forgotten life. Jasper's transformation accelerated. His movements became fluid and economical, devoid of any wasted energy. He would spend hours simply walking among the trees, his bare feet leaving no prints in the snow. Sometimes I would see him place his palm against a trunk and stand there perfectly still for so long that I would lose track of time. He was listening to the story as it was told by the sap sleeping deep within the wood. One afternoon, I found him by the oldest tree, the one whose roots were said to touch the bedrock of the mountain. He had a sharp-edged stone in his hand. With a calm, deliberate pressure, he scored a deep line into the bark. A sap as dark as the apples welled up from the cut. He did not look at me, but I knew he was aware of my presence. "It is for the story," he said, his voice the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "A new chapter needs a new mark." He pressed his thumb into the bleeding cut, then turned and smeared the dark sap onto my forehead. It was cold, but then a warmth spread from the spot, a warmth that had nothing to do with fire. It was the warmth of belonging, of being named. He was not just a participant now, he was a priest of this quiet religion. From that day, we began to write our story onto the trees. We carved symbols into the bark, not with tools, but with our fingernails and with sharp stones, our hands guided by an instinct that felt older than memory. We recorded the weather, the phases of the moon, the slow turning of the season. We were making a calendar of silence. The world beyond our clearing ceased to exist. The ranger never returned. No hikers stumbled upon our cabin. The snow piled high, sealing us in. We were a secret the mountain was keeping. The only sounds were the wind, the crackle of the fire, and the occasional soft thud as a branch shed its load of snow. Jasper no longer resembled the man who had driven us here. His eyes were the color of the winter sky, pale and distant. When he looked at me, he did not see Cheyenne, and he did not see the presence that wore her skin. He saw only another part of the whole, another note in the long, quiet song. One night, as we sat by the fire, he spoke. The story was waiting for us. It was never really about the apples. It was about the quiet they grow in. I nodded. The truth of it was simple and absolute. We are the quiet now, he said. It was not a question. Outside, the snow continued to fall, burying the path we had taken, burying the car, burying everything that had come before. Inside, the only light came from the flames dancing in the hearth, casting our shadows, now intertwined into a single, shapeless form, upon the log walls. The silence was no longer around us or within us. It simply was, and we were of it. Story 3. The first sound was the ticking. It was not the busy, metallic tick of a clock on a wall, but something slower, softer. A dry little click, like the closing of a Beetle-esque carapace. It came from the walls, or perhaps from between them. A sound that seemed to have no single source, but to be a property of the silence itself. A flaw in the quiet of the old house on Hemlock Lane. For Gwen, age 7, curled in the fortress of her blankets, it was the sound of the night breathing. She would lie there, her small body tense, and count the ticks, waiting for the space between them to stretch and snap, for the rhythm to change. It was her secret, this listening. It was the beginning of her knowing. Her mother called her fanciful. Her father, a practical man who smelled of sawdust and engine oil, said she had an overactive imagination. But Gwen knew it was more than that. She could feel things, not in a way she could explain, not like a touch, but as a pressure, a shift in the quality of the air. A room where an argument had happened felt jagged and hot long after the voices had faded. A place where something joyful had occurred felt warm and buoyant, like water you could float in. And sometimes, rarely, she felt a coldness, a sucking emptiness that seemed to drink the light and sound from the world. It was a gift, or a curse, that lived in the marrow of her bones, a tuning fork that resonated with the hidden music of things. The house on Hemlock Lane was full of such music. It was a tall Victorian pile that had been in her Mother S. family for generations. All gables and shadowy corners, and wallpaper that whispered with faded floral patterns. It was in the attic, one rain-smacked afternoon, that she found the source of the ticking. She was chasing the ghost of a breeze, a draft that teased the loose strands of her hair, when she moved a heavy trunk draped with a dusty sheet. Behind it, set into the sloping wall, was a small door, no taller than her knees. It was painted the same dull white as the wall. It seems almost invisible. The ticking was louder here, a patient, insistent percussion. She knelt, her heart a frantic bird against her ribs, and worked her small fingers into the crack of the door. It opened without a sound, swinging inward on darkness. The air that drifted out was ancient and cold, carrying a scent of old stone and river mud. And the ticking was now a clear, singular sound. She leaned forward, peering into the black square. There, in the center of the tiny, hidden space, sat a doll. It was not a pleasant doll. Its face was porcelain, cracked like a dry riverbed, and one of its glass eyes was missing, leaving a dark, vacant socket. It was dressed in a rotting lace gown, and in its lap, held by stiff porcelain hands, was a metronome, its pendulum swinging back and forth with a serene, mechanical certainty. Tick, tock, tick. Gwen reached out a trembling hand. As her fingers brushed the cold porcelain of the doll's cheek, the world fell away. It was not a vision, not a dream. It was a knowing, sudden and absolute, as if a library of terrible books had been emptied directly into her mind. She saw a man who was not a man. He was tall and thin, dressed in clothes that seemed to shift and change, from the dark wool of a previous century to the faint shimmer of something altogether older. His face was long and pale, his smile a lipless gash that promised secrets. He had no name she could grasp, but she felt his title, his purpose, as clearly as she felt the floor beneath her knees. He was the taker, the remaker. He lived in the spaces between things, in the angles of old houses that didn't quite add up, in the reflections in puddles that showed a different sky. And he fed on possibility. He lured children, the lonely ones, the listeners like her, with whispers and promises and little ticking sounds. He took them to his world, a place he called the Quiet City, a labyrinth of silent streets and buildings that folded in on themselves, where the moon was a cold, dead coin, and the stars were wrong. And there, in that city, he remade them. He did not kill them, not exactly. He unfolded them. He stretched their souls like taffy. He emptied them out and filled them with silence and dust. He turned them into his servants, his chorus, his beautiful, broken things. They became the lure lights, flickering below the wisps that led other children astray. They became the whisperers, whose voices carried his promises on the wind. They became the still ones, standing motionless in the shadows of his city, their eyes like dusty windows. Gwen snatched her hand back, gasping, the cold knowledge receding like a tide, but leaving its stain behind. She scrambled away from the little door, her breath coming in ragged sobs. She looked at the doll. The metronome ticked on, indifferent. The single glass eye seemed to hold a new intelligence, a cruel amusement. She slammed the small door shut and pushed the trunk back in front of it, a futile barricade against the truth. That was the day the world became a thinner, more dangerous place. That was the day she met him, the man she would come to call the Tick-Tock Man, the years unspooled. Gwen grew from a frightened child into a wary, watchful woman. The gift, or the curse, did not fade, it deepened, becoming a constant, low-grade hum in her life. She learned to navigate the world by its emotional weather, avoiding the cold spots, the sucking voids that signaled a thin place, a place where he might be listening. she stayed in the old house on Hemlock Lane, for leaving it felt like abandoning a post. She married a kind, solid man named Ben, whose love was a warm, steady flame that held the shadows at bay. They had a daughter, Lily. Lily was all sunshine and laughter, with her father's easy nature and none of her mother's grim knowing. Gwen watched her like a hawk, her love a fierce, terrified thing. She lined the windowsills with salt and hung horseshoes over the doors, not because she believed in their folk magic, but because the act of protection itself felt like a shield. She kept Lily away from the attic, away from the story of the ticking doll, a story she had never told another living soul. But the tick-tock man was patient. He was a fisherman, and time was his river. The first sign was the drawing. Lily, age 5, was coloring at the kitchen table. She held up a sheet of paper covered in a chaotic scribble of black and gray. "Look, Mommy," she said. The tall man in the funny house. Gwen's blood turned to ice. She took the drawing. It was just a child's scrawl, but there was a suggestion of an elongated figure, and behind him, a jumble of angles that might have been crooked buildings. "What tall man, sweetheart?" "The one who whispers at night," Lily said, matter-of-factly, already reaching for a red crayon. "He talks about a city with no noise. He says he has a friend for me. A quiet friend." That night, Gwen sat on the edge of Lily's bed long after she had fallen asleep, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest. She listened to the house, and there, beneath the creak of settling timber and the sigh of the wind, she heard it, faint but unmistakable, a dry, rhythmic clicking, not from the attic this time. It was coming from the closet. Tick, tock, tick. The battle was joined. It was a silent, desperate war fought in the domestic trenches of their lives. Gwen became a master of distraction, of creating light and noise to drown out the whispers. She filled the house with music, with laughter, with the vibrant chaos of life. She read to Lily until her voice was hoarse, stories of brave princesses and clever animals, building a wall of narrative against the silent, beckoning tale of the quiet city. Ben noticed her tension, her frantic energy, and put it down to a mother's anxiety. He was her rock, but he was also blind to the war she was fighting. He could not hear the ticking. As Lily grew older, the manifestations grew stronger. A flicker of a pale face in a rain-streaked window. A whisper from a radio tuned to static. The smell of river mud in the clean laundry. Gwen knew she could not fight him alone forever. She began to research, spending nights in the town library's local history section, searching for patterns. She found them. Children who had gone missing over the decades, always from old houses, always described as dreamy or sensitive. A boy in 1923 who told his mother about a clockwork man. A girl in 1955 who vanished after complaining of whispers in the walls. The stories were fragments, obituaries and police reports that led nowhere. But to Gwen, they were a map of his hunger. It was through this research that she found an ally. An old man named Arthur, the town's retired librarian, recognized the pattern in her inquiries. He invited her to his cluttered cottage, the air thick with the smell of old paper and pipe tobacco. His hands trembled as he showed her his life's work, a vast, handwritten ledger detailing every strange disappearance, every folktale about the Glimmer Man or the Shadow Fisher in the region. Yes, real, Arthur said, his voice a dry rustle. I've spent my life trying to prove it, and most people think I am a crazy old fool. But you know, I can see it in your eyes. You've felt him. Arthur became her strategist, her historian. He taught her that the Tick-Tock Man was not a ghost, but something older, a creature of narrative and neglect, a parasite on loneliness. He fed on the unfulfilled potential of children, and his power was strongest in places heavy with silence and sorrow. Together, they fortified the house on Hemlock Lane. They buried charms of iron and rowan wood at the property's corners. They spoke words of warding, not with any sure faith, but with the force of shared conviction. The confrontation came on the eve of Lily's 10th birthday. A storm lashed the house, howling around the gables like a pack of wolves. The power died, plunging the rooms into a darkness broken only by the frantic dance of lightning. Ben was away on a business trip. Gwen lit candles, their flames casting leaping shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. Lily was terrified, clinging to her mother's side, and then all other sound was swallowed by a new one. The ticking. It was no longer a faint, hidden thing. It was loud, resonant, filling the whole house, coming from every wall, every floorboard. It was the heartbeat of the storm. Mommy, Lily whimpered, her eyes wide with terror. The door to the hallway swung slowly open, not from the wind. There was a pressure in the air, a coldness that made the candle flames gutter and shrink. And standing in the doorway was the Tick-Tock Man. He was exactly as Gwen had seen him in her childhood vision, his form seeming to absorb the scant light, his pale face a mask of benign malevolence. He did not look at Gwen. His gaze was fixed on Lily. "The city is waiting, little one," he whispered, and his voice was the sound of dry leaves skittering across stone. "Your friend is so quiet, so still. Come and see." Lily began to cry, a sound of pure animal fear. Gwen stood, placing herself between the thing and her daughter. The fear was a physical weight, a stone in her throat, but beneath it was a fury as cold and hard as iron. This was her domain. This was her child. "You can have her," Gwen said, her voice surprisingly steady. The Tick-Tock Man's lipless smile widened. He took a step into the room. The temperature plummeted. "I have had so many," he whispered. "They are all mine in the end. The quiet ones always listen." He raised a long, pale hand. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, coalescing into small, thin figures. Children, or what had once been children. Their faces were smooth and blank, their eyes hollow. They were the still ones, and they began to glide forward, their movements utterly silent. Gwen did the only thing she could think of. She reached not for a weapon, but for her gift. She focused on Lily, on the vibrant, noisy, messy, beautiful life of her daughter. She thought of her laughter, her tantrums, her sticky fingers, her endless questions. She summoned the warmth of her love, the solid reality of it, and she pushed it outward, not as a thought, but as a force. It was a wave of pure, defiant life. It struck the advancing still ones, and they faltered. On their blank faces, for a fleeting second, a flicker of something appeared, a memory of pain, of loss, of what they had been. They wavered like heat haze. The tick-tock man hissed, a sound of static and breaking glass. The pleasant mask of his face slipped, revealing an ancient, ravenous emptiness beneath. "You cannot fight the quiet," he shrieked, but Gwen was already turning her focus on him. She poured every memory of sound, of life, of connection into the beam of her will. She thought of Ben S. voice, of her mother S. singing, of the crackle of a fire, of the roar of the storm outside, anything that was the antithesis of his silent, sterile city. He recoiled as if struck by a physical blow. The ticking stuttered, became erratic. The shadows around him writhed. For a moment, Gwen saw not a man, but a vast, intricate structure of rusted clockwork and dead stars, a machine of endless, meaningless hunger. Then, with a sound like a sigh of dust, he was gone. The still ones dissolved back into ordinary shadow. The ticking stopped. The only sounds were the storm and Lily S. ragged sobs. The house on Hemlock Lane was quiet. But Gwen knew it was not over. It was a stalemate, not a victory. He had been wounded, perhaps, or inconvenienced, but a thing like that could not be destroyed. It could only be held at bay. The years passed. Lily grew up, went to college, fell in love. She moved away, building a life blessedly free of whispers in the walls. Ben grew old and passed away peacefully in his sleep. His hand in Gwen S. Arthur, the librarian, died too, leaving his ledgers to her. Gwen remained in the old house, the last sentinel. Her hair turned white, her body grew frail, but her will remained iron. She was the warden of the silence. She patrolled the rooms, listening, always listening. One autumn evening, many decades after that stormy night, Gwen sat in her armchair by the fireplace. The house was silent, save for the crackle of the flames. She was very old and very tired. She felt the boundaries of the world growing thin, not just for him, but for her. She could feel the quiet beckoning, and then she heard it, faint at first, then clearer, a dry, rhythmic clicking. Tick, tock, tick. It was not coming from the walls. It was not coming from the closet. It was inside her. It was the sound of her own weary heart, slowing down, becoming measured, becoming part of the great, patient rhythm of things. She felt a presence then, not in the room, but in the very air, in the settling of her bones. It was not threatening. It was waiting. It had always been waiting. She saw a flicker in the corner of her eye. A small, thin figure, a still one, stood watching her. Its face was no longer blank. It was familiar. It was her own face as a child. It held out a hand. There was no malice in the gesture, only a profound, endless loneliness. Gwen understood. The battle was not for Lily, not really. It had always been for her. She had been the prize. Her life, her long, defiant noise, had been the very thing he coveted most. And now, at the end of it, the quiet was claiming its due. She did not fight it. She had no strength left. She leaned her head back against the chair and closed her eyes. The sound of the fire faded away, replaced by the gentle, insistent ticking. It was a lullaby. It was a promise. The door to the little room in the attic was opening, and this time she was small enough to step inside. Down the street, in a new house full of light and the shouts of her own children, Lily suddenly looked up from the book she was reading to her youngest daughter. A coldness passed through her, a fleeting sense of loss, so sharp it stole her breath. It was gone as quickly as it came. She shook it off, attributing it to a draft. She smiled down at her daughter, at the bright, fearless eyes, and continued reading the story, her voice a warm, living sound in the safe and noisy room. While in the old house on Hemlock Lane, the silence was finally and completely absolute. And in the heart of that silence, there was only the ticking, a soft, dry click, like the closing of a Beetle-esque carapace. It was the first sound and the last. Tick, tock, tick. The sound was not a metronome anymore. It was the sound of the house itself, the settling of its bones, the rhythm of its decay. It was the pulse of the quiet city, and she was now part of its architecture. Gwen felt herself unfolding, not with the terror she had always imagined, but with a quiet inevitability. The memories of her life, Ben S. laugh, Lily S. first steps, the warmth of the sun did not vanish. They became distant, like stars viewed from the bottom of a deep, still well. They were beautiful, but they no longer held any heat. She opened her eyes, but not the eyes of her old body, which remained still and empty in the chair by the dead fire. She saw with a new perception. She was standing in a street of pale, seamless stone. The buildings around her leaned at impossible angles, their windows dark and empty. Above, the sky was a perpetual twilight, and the moon hung, a cold, dead coin, just as she had known it would. The air was thin and carried the scent of dust and forgotten things. A figure stood before her. It was the Tick-Tock man, but his form was different. The shifting clothes were gone. He appeared as a tall, slender pillar of worn, gray wood and tarnished metal, like the inner workings of a great clock exposed to the elements. His face was a smooth, pale oval, featureless, except for a faint, etched suggestion of the smile she remembered. "Welcome home, Gwen," a voice said, not in her ears, but directly in her mind. It was the sound of pages turning in an empty library. She looked down at her own hands. They were smooth and white, made of the same porcelain as the doll in the attic. She felt no panic, no anger. Those were fires that could not burn here. She felt only a profound stillness. She was a story that had reached its final punctuation. "You fought so well," the voice continued, and there was a hint of genuine admiration in its dry tone. Your noise was a symphony, but all symphonies end. All stories conclude. Here, you will be part of a different story, a quieter one. He gestured with a long, articulated hand, and she saw the others, the still ones. They lined the silent street, their porcelain faces turned toward her. She recognized the boy from 1923, the girl from 1955. Their eyes were not hollow pits of sorrow, as she had always feared. They were simply calm, like the surface of a frozen lake. They were at peace. This was the truth he offered, not a torment, but an end to wanting, an end to struggle. Come, the tick-tock man whispered in her mind. There is a place for you, a window that looks out onto the world you left. You can watch. You can ensure she remains safe. Gwen understood. This was the final bargain. Her eternal vigilance in exchange for Lily S. continued freedom from the quiet. She would become a sentinel not against him, but for him, a guardian of the silence that protected the noise of the living. It was a terrible, elegant logic. She took a step forward, her feet making no sound on the stone. She followed him down the winding, silent street, the other still ones falling into step behind her. They came to a building that was familiar, a perfect, silent replica of the house on Hemlock Lane. Inside, in a room that mirrored her old sitting room, was a single, tall window. It did not look out onto the dead city. It looked into Lily S. Bright, noisy kitchen, where her daughter was now washing dishes, her children playing at her feet. The scene was alive with color and movement, but it was utterly silent. A tableau under glass. Gwen took her place by the window. She felt her roots go down, connecting her to the foundations of the quiet city. She would stand here forever, watching the vibrant, fleeting world, a silent guardian of the silence. The last flicker of her own will was not one of resistance, but of acceptance. She had lost. She had won. It was the same thing. The tick-tock man stood beside her for a moment, a curator with his newest acquisition. Then he turned and walked away, his form dissolving into the shadows between the leaning buildings. The only sound was the gentle, eternal ticking, the heartbeat of this finished world. Gwen watched Lily laugh at something one of her children did, a soundless, beautiful pantomime of life. And for the first time since she was a small girl kneeling before a small door, Gwen was completely and utterly at peace. The view through the window never changed, yet it was always changing. Seasons passed in the world outside in a blur of silent color. Lily S. children grew. Gwen watched her daughter S. hair begin to thread with silver, saw the lines of laughter and worry form around her eyes. She witnessed birthday parties, quiet arguments, and moments of tender exhaustion. It was like watching a play from the very back row of a vast, soundless theater. She felt no jealousy, no regret. Those emotions were like words in a language she had forgotten how to speak. Her only feeling was a deep, placid observance. Sometimes she was aware of the other still ones moving through the replica of her house. They were like reflections in still water. The boy from 1923 would sometimes stand beside her at the window, his blank gaze fixed on the living world. They never communicated, but a shared understanding passed between them, a resonance of the lives they had once lived. They were a collection, a museum of lost potential, and their curation was perfect. Decades flowed past the silent window. Lily became a grandmother. A new generation of bright-eyed, noisy children filled the kitchen. Gwen watched them with the same detached interest. One of them, a little girl with Lily's fearless stare, looked up from her coloring book one day and seemed to gaze directly through the window, directly at Gwen. The child's eyes narrowed, not in fear, but in curiosity. She pointed a small finger. In the dead air of the quiet city, a sensation stirred, something so faint it was barely a tremor. It was not a sound, but the ghost of a sound, the memory of a feeling. For a fraction of a second, Gwen felt a prickle on the porcelain skin of her arm, the echo of a chill. The tick-tock man, who was the city and the city was him, felt it too. The rhythm of the ticking, which had been as constant as gravity, hesitated. The little girl in the kitchen turned back to her coloring, the moment broken. The tremor faded. The ticking resumed its seamless rhythm. The stillness settled back, deeper and more profound than before. But something had changed. A single, almost invisible hairline crack had appeared in the perfect facade of the quiet city. It was not on the buildings or the streets. It was within Gwen. The part of her that had been a fighter, the mother who had built walls of noise, had been buried, not destroyed. The child's gaze, so like Lily's, had been a key, turning a lock that had been sealed for an eternity. She continued to stand by the window. She continued to watch. But now, deep within her stillness, a new thought began to form, not with words, but with the slow, patient pressure of a crystal growing in the dark. It was a thought about stories. The tick-tock man believed all stories concluded. But what if a story could be continued by someone else? What if an ending was just a pause in a longer tale? She looked at the new little girl, her great-granddaughter, who had seen something the others could not. The battle was not over. It had simply been passed on, a quiet seed waiting in the fertile soil of a new generation. And Gwen, the silent sentinel, began the slow, impossible work of waiting, not for an end, but for a beginning. The ticking was the sound of the machine, but beneath it, if one listened closely enough, was the softer, slower sound of a seed cracking open. The child's name was Clara. Gwen learned this through the silent pantomime of life, watching the shapes of names form on Lily's lips as she called her grandchildren in from play. Clara was the youngest, the one with the seeing eyes. She often played alone, her small face serious as she arranged toys into patterns only she understood. She was a quiet child, but her quiet was different. It was not the hollow silence of the still ones. It was a watchful, deep-well quiet, full of unasked questions. Gwen felt a shift in the atmosphere of the quiet city whenever Clara was near the window. The other still ones would drift closer, not with menace, but with a faint, collective stirring, like dust motes disturbed by a distant breath. The TikTok man was aware of it too. His presence became more concentrated around the replica of the house on Hemlock Lane, a subtle pressure of attention. He was the master of this place, but he was also its prisoner, bound by his own nature. He could not tolerate a flaw in the perfection of his silence. One day, Clara was sitting on the floor of her living room, building a tower of wooden blocks. She built it high, her small hands steady, until it teetered precariously. In the quiet city, Gwen watched, and for the first time since her arrival, she felt an impulse that was not mere observation. She felt an urge to whisper, to warn, to blow a ghostly breath and steady the tower. It was an impossible desire, a muscle long atrophied trying to flex. As the tower fell, scattering blocks across the rug, Clara did not cry out in frustration. Instead, she looked up, not at the mess, but directly at the window, at Gwen. And she smiled. It was a small, secret smile, a smile of recognition. In that moment, a sound breached the silence. It was not a loud sound. It was the memory of a sound, the impression of a single, clear note from a song Gwen's mother used to sing. It hung in the dead air of the city for less than a heartbeat, a shimmering tear in the fabric of nothingness. The reaction was instantaneous. The TikTok man materialized in the street outside the replica house. His form seemed to vibrate with a silent rage. The pleasant, etched smile on his featureless face was gone, replaced by a rigid, furious line. The gentle ticking of the city became a sharp, staccato hammering. The still ones flinched away, fading into the walls like frightened shadows. He turned his gaze upon Gwen. She felt it like a physical weight, a cold that threatened to crack her porcelain shell. "You are disrupting the equilibrium," the voice hissed in her mind, no longer dry and scholarly, but sharp as a splinter of glass. The bargain was for silence. Gwen could not answer. But she held her ground by the window. She focused on Clara, on the living, breathing noise of the child. She pushed against the silence, not with a shout, but with the quiet, stubborn fact of her love, a love that had stretched across death and beyond. The TikTok man advanced. The street beneath his feet seemed to harden, the air to thicken. He was going to remove her from the window. He was going to bury her deep in the city, where even the memory of a window would be lost. But as he reached the threshold of the house, Clara, in her world, did something. She began to hum. It was a simple, tuneless little hum, a child's absent-minded noise. But in the absolute silence of Gwen's perception, it was like a thunderclap. The hum was the very same note, the one from the old song. The TikTok man froze. His clockwork form shuddered. The furious ticking faltered, skipping a beat. He was not looking at Gwen anymore. He was staring through the window at the humming child. For the first time, Gwen saw something in his posture that was not hunger or anger, but something akin to confusion. The child's noise was not an attack. It was an offering, an invitation. It was a key that fit a lock he had forgotten existed. Clara looked up from her scattered blocks, her humming fading. She gazed at the space where the window was, her head tilted. Then she went back to playing, as if nothing had happened. The tick-tock man slowly turned and walked away, his form receding into the gray streets. The hammering ticking softened, returning to its usual rhythm. But it was different now. There was a hesitancy to it, a faint, almost imperceptible syncopation. Gwen remained at her post. The hairline crack within her had widened. A sliver of light, faint and distant, was now visible in the endless twilight. The story was not over. The sentinel was no longer just guarding the silence. She was listening, waiting for the next note of the song. The syncopation in the ticking became a constant, a subtle flaw in the masterpiece of silence. Gwen learned to listen to it, to measure the passing eons not by the steady click, but by that tiny, rhythmic stumble. It was a vulnerability, a crack in the foundation of the quiet city through which something else could grow. The other still ones began to linger near her window for longer periods, their blank faces turned toward the vibrant, silent world. They were drawn not by the light, but by the faint disturbance she represented, a ripple in their stagnant peace. Clara grew. Her watchful quiet matured into a thoughtful reserve. She was a child who preferred the company of stories and the intricate worlds of her own imagination. She often felt watched, but the feeling was not one of dread. It was a presence, like a familiar shadow in a sunlit room. Sometimes, in the hush of her bedroom at night, she would hear a sound that wasn't a sound, a sensation of rhythm, like a heartbeat felt through a pillow. It was the echo of the ticking, finding its way through the thinning veil. One afternoon, as a teenager, Clara was cleaning the attic of the new house. It was a bright, modern space, full of stored Christmas decorations and old furniture, a world away from the oppressive gloom of Hemlock Lane. But in a dusty cardboard box, she found a relic. It was a small porcelain doll, its face smudged but serene, its dress faded with age. It was the doll her great-grandmother Gwen had once told her mother about, the one from the attic room. Lily had kept it, a tangible piece of a past she had tried to leave behind. Clara held the doll. A coldness seeped from the porcelain into her fingers, but it was not the cold of the grave. It was the cold of a long-held secret. And with the cold came a clear, distinct image in her mind, not of a monster, but of a woman with kind, tired eyes, standing by a window. In the quiet city, Gwen felt it. A connection strong as a plucked wire. She saw Clara, not through the silent window of the kitchen, but directly, as if the girl were standing before her. Clara was holding the anchor, the talisman that had once been the focus of all her fear and defiance. The tick-tock man felt it too. The syncopation in his rhythm became a jarring skip. He appeared at the end of the pale stone street, a figure of tense, coiled metal. The city itself seemed to hold its breath. He understood the danger now. The child was not just a noisy soul to be coveted or avoided. She was a bridge. She had the sight, and now she had a key. Clara, sitting in the dusty attic, looked at the doll in her hands. She didn't hear words, but she felt a question, an immense and patient longing. It was a feeling of being watched, of being known, and of being loved from a terrible, impossible distance. She didn't scream. She didn't drop the doll. Instead, she did what no one in her family had ever done when faced with the quiet. She spoke to it. "Hello," she whispered, her voice soft in the attic stillness. The sound was a cannon blast in the quiet city. The still ones recoiled as if struck. The tick-tock man let out a silent shriek of pure dissonance, his form blurring with the violence of his reaction. The flawless silence was profaned, but for Gwen, the whisper was a lifeline. It was a thread of sound, thin and brave, spinning out from the living world and weaving itself around her porcelain form. She reached out along that thread, not with a hand, but with the entirety of her gathered will, the will that had endured a lifetime of vigilance and an eternity of stillness. She did not try to pull herself out. She pushed something back. Clara felt a sudden warmth flood through her, pushing back the doll's chill. It was a feeling of fierce protection, of a love so vast it had defied death itself. And with it came 3 simple, wordless truths. You are safe. You are strong. You are not alone. The connection snapped. The attic was just an attic again. The doll was just a doll. But Clara knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that her great-grandmother was not gone. She was standing guard somewhere, in a silence that was not entirely silent anymore. And the quiet that had haunted her family for generations was not something to be feared, but something to be understood. The battle had not ended. It had simply changed hands. And Clara, holding the old doll, knew she would never truly be afraid of the dark again. The attic dust motes danced in the afternoon sun, but Clara felt a new stillness settle around her, a stillness that was alive with meaning. She carefully wrapped the porcelain doll in an old, soft cloth and placed it back in the box. She did not hide it away in fear. She left it there, accessible, an acknowledgement of a story that was not yet finished. Descending the attic stairs, the familiar sounds of her home, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant chatter of a television felt different. They were not a barrier against the quiet anymore. They were simply one layer of a much richer tapestry. Years passed. Clara became a historian, her academic focus drawn inexplicably to urban legends and folktales, the stories people tell to explain the shadows at the edge of their lives. She never spoke of her experience in the attic to anyone, not even to her grandmother Lily, who was now growing frail. The knowledge was a quiet, personal compass. She visited Lily often, and in the gentle quiet of her grandmother's sitting room, Clara would sometimes feel that familiar, watchful presence. It was no longer a source of unease, but of comfort. One evening, as Lily slept in her armchair, Clara was going through an old photo album. She found a picture she had never seen before. It was of her great-grandmother Gwen, young and vibrant, standing in front of the house on Hemlock Lane. She was smiling, but her eyes held a depth, a knowingness that seemed to reach out from the faded paper. Clara traced the image with her finger, and a sudden, clear impulse struck her. She found a blank notebook and a pen. She did not know what she was going to write. She simply began, letting the pen move almost of its own accord. The words that flowed out were not her own, yet they felt more familiar than her own thoughts. They were simple, vivid descriptions of a gray city, of silent streets and still figures, of a window looking out onto a world of color. It was not a story of terror, but of guardianship. It was a record of a long, silent vigil. The quiet city, Gwen felt the words being written. Each one was a stitch, mending the tear that Clara's childhood gaze had first made in the veil. The syncopated ticking, which had become the background noise of her existence, softened further, its edges blurring into something less mechanical, more like a slow, measured breath. The other still ones began to change too. The boy from 1923, who often stood beside her, slowly raised a hand and placed it against the cold glass of the window. It was not a gesture of longing or despair. It was a gesture of connection, a silent salute to the chronicler on the other side. Tick-Tock Man observed it all from the deepest shadows. His furious resistance had ebbed, replaced by a weary, ancient acceptance. He was the curator of endings, but this story refused to conclude. The silence he had so perfectly maintained was being rewritten, not with noise, but with narrative. The girl was not breaking the rules of his world. She was writing new ones. He watched as Gwen, the first sentinel, seemed to stand a little straighter, her porcelain form reflecting a light that was not there. The bargain was being fulfilled in a way he had never anticipated. The silence was indeed protecting the noise, but now the noise was giving the silence a voice. Clara wrote late into the night, filling page after page. She was not afraid. She knew she was not alone in the room. The presence beside her was gentle, a whisper of love and gratitude spanning the chasm between worlds. The story was being passed down, not as a warning, but as a legacy. And in the quiet of the writing, in the silent city of the dead, a new kind of peace began to grow, one that could finally accommodate both the end of the song and its beautiful, everlasting echo. Lily passed away peacefully in her sleep the following spring. At the funeral, Clara stood dry-eyed, not from a lack of grief, but from a profound sense of continuity. She felt the thread connecting her to her great-grandmother, to her grandmother, and now to the quiet that was not an emptiness, but a presence. She inherited the old photo album and the porcelain doll, which she placed on a bookshelf in her study, a quiet sentinel overlooking her work. Her writing became her life's purpose. The notebook filled, and then another, and another. She wove together the fragments she sensed from the other side with the historical records. She unearthed old census data, property deeds for Hemlock Lane, faded newspaper clippings about missing persons. She gave the still ones back their names, their stories. The boy from 1923 was named Samuel, who had loved to fly kites. The woman from the Great War was a leaner, who had written letters to a sweetheart who never returned. She did not publish her work. It was not for the world. It was for them. In the quiet city, the change was gradual but profound. The gray light warmed to the hue of a perpetual dawn. The stone streets, once cold and unforgiving, grew soft with a moss-like substance that felt like memory. The still ones no longer stood like statues. They moved slowly through the streets, their faces still serene, but now with a light of recognition in their eyes. They gathered near Gwen S. window, not with longing, but to listen to the story being written, a story that was, in part, their own. The tick-tock man became a rare sight. His form, once a sharp silhouette of clockwork and menace, seemed to have softened at the edges. He was often seen standing at the city's limits, where the gray streets faded into nothingness, as if contemplating the stories that had ended too abruptly, the tales he had collected but never understood. The ticking that had defined the city was now barely a whisper, a gentle metronome keeping time for a lullaby. One evening, an old woman now herself, Clara sat at her desk. The final page of her manuscript was before her. She had written the last word she felt needed to be written. She closed the cover and placed her hand upon it. A deep fatigue settled in her bones, but it was a good fatigue, the weariness of a long journey completed. In the quiet city, Gwen felt the completion like a key turning in a final lock. She looked at the still ones around her, at their peaceful, waiting faces. She looked towards the window, which was no longer a barrier, but a gateway shimmering with potential. Then she looked down at her own hands. The porcelain was changing, becoming translucent, warming with a light from within. The tick-tock man appeared beside her. He did not speak, but offered a slight, almost imperceptible bow. It was an acknowledgement, a thank you. The bargain was complete. The silence had been kept, and in its keeping, it had been transformed. Gwen smiled. It was her first true smile in an eternity. She did not step through the window. Instead, she simply let go. Her form dissolved not into nothingness, but into a soft, golden light that washed over the quiet city. The gentle light touched each of the still ones, and one by one, they too began to glow, their forms softening, their stories finally fully told. Clara, at her desk, took a slow, deep breath and let it out. In the moment between the exhale and the next inhale, she heard it clearly for the first and last time, not a ticking, but a single, harmonious chord, the sound of a story finding its perfect, peaceful ending. And then there was only a warm, loving silence. She rested her head on her arms and slept. The silence in Clara S. study was different now. It was not the empty silence of an ended life, but the full, resonant silence of a story well told. The old porcelain doll on the shelf seemed to watch over her still form with a placid grace, its purpose fulfilled. Downstairs, the front door opened and closed. Light footsteps climbed the stairs. It was Clara S.'s daughter, Anna, coming to check on her mother after a long day. She found Clara asleep at her desk, her head resting on the thick, handwritten manuscript. A gentle smile touched Anna S.'s lips. Her mother often worked herself to exhaustion on her strange, private project. Anna moved quietly, not wanting to wake her. She took the Afghan from the reading chair and draped it over Clara S.'s shoulders. As she did, her eyes fell upon the open page. The handwriting was her mother S, but the words felt ancient. They spoke of a gray city and a woman standing guard by a window. Anna S' breath caught. It was the story, the one her mother had only ever hinted at, the secret history of their family. She did not read more. It felt too private. But as she turned to leave, her gaze fell upon the porcelain doll. A strange sensation washed over her, a feeling of being profoundly and peacefully watched. It was the same feeling she had as a child when she would wake in the night and feel a calming presence in her room, a presence she had always attributed to her mother. Now, she understood it was something more, a legacy of guardianship. Anna reached out and gently touched the doll's cool, smooth cheek. In that touch, she felt no coldness, only a deep and abiding love. She knew then that the story was not over. It was simply waiting for its next caretaker. She turned off the desk lamp, leaving her mother to rest in the soft darkness, and closed the door softly behind her. The quiet of the house was no longer something to be filled. It was a story in itself, and she was ready to listen. Anna stood for a long moment in the hallway, her hand still on the cool doorknob. The house around her was steeped in a new kind of quiet, one that felt layered and deep, like the stillness of a forest. She had always thought of her mother's obsession with the past as a kind of melancholy, a retreat from the world. Now she saw it as an act of profound courage. Clara had not been hiding from life. She had been tending to it in all its forms. She descended the stairs, each step a conscious movement in the hush. In the living room, she sat on the sofa and did not turn on the television. She simply listened. The hum of the refrigerator was the bass note. The faint tick of the grandfather clock in the hall was a steady, reassuring pulse. Beyond that, there was something else, a quality to the air itself, a sense of patient attention. Days turned into weeks. Clara's manuscript remained on her desk, untouched. Anna found herself drawn to her mother's study when the house was empty. She would not read the pages, but she would sit in the chair and feel the presence that lingered there. It was not a ghost. It was a memory so vivid it had worn a groove in the world. She began to notice small things. A shaft of sunlight would fall across the doll's face at a particular hour, making the painted eyes seem to gleam with knowing. The clock in the hall, which had always kept perfect time, now gained exactly 1 second every day. A tiny, consistent imperfection that felt like a signature. One afternoon, Anna was in the study, dusting the bookshelves. Her fingers brushed against the spine of an old, blank notebook her mother had left in the bookcase. On an impulse, she pulled it out and opened it. The pages were empty, but as she held it, a clear, simple image formed in her mind. A young boy flying a red kite in a gray sky. It was accompanied by a name, Samuel, and a feeling of pure, unadulterated joy. She gasped and dropped the notebook. It fell to the floor, landing open on a fresh, white page. The image in her mind faded, but the feeling of joy remained, a bright, buoyant spot in her chest. She understood then. The writing was not done. The record was complete, but the listening was not. Her mother had been the historian, the one who gave voice to the silent stories. Her role, Anna sensed, was to be the witness, the one who received them. She picked up the notebook and placed it on the desk next to the manuscript. She found a pen in the drawer and laid it beside the book. She did not feel pressured to write. She simply made the space ready. The stories would come when they were ready, too. In what was once the quiet city, the light was now a perpetual, golden twilight. The streets were soft underfoot, and the air was warm. The figures who moved through them were no longer still ones. They were memories, vivid and whole, living in the echo of their completed stories. There was no tick-tock man anymore. There was only the gentle, rhythmic passage of time, like a heartbeat felt through a pillow. And in a space that was neither here nor there, at a window that was no longer a window, a woman named Gwen watched a young woman named Anna prepare to take up the watch. There was no fear in the observation, only a deep and endless pride. The silence was no longer a fortress or a prison. It was a garden, and it was being tended by a new generation. The story was, as it always would be, continuing. Anna did not feel a chill, but a warmth that spread from her chest to the tips of her fingers. It was the same feeling she had when she held her own daughter, a fierce and tender certainty. She looked from the blank notebook to the doll on the shelf. The painted eyes seemed to hold a glint of amusement, as if sharing a secret she was only just beginning to understand. That night, as she put her daughter to bed, Anna found herself altering the usual bedtime story. Instead of the familiar tale of the brave prince, she began to speak of a quiet, watchful city made of memory, where kind guardians looked after stories that had been lost. Her daughter, Maya, listened with wide, serious eyes. "Are they ghosts?" she whispered. Anna smoothed the hair from her daughter's forehead. "No, sweetheart. They're more like librarians. They take care of the stories until someone is ready to hear them." Maya considered this. "Can I hear one?" An image flashed in Anna's mind, not of a gray city, but of a sprawling green field under a vast blue sky. She felt the rough texture of kite string between her fingers and a gust of wind lifting her up. "Maybe," Anna said softly, "when you're a little older." As she left the room, leaving the door ajar, Anna knew that the legacy was not a burden to be carried, but a gift to be shared. It was not about fearing the quiet, but about learning its language. She walked back to her mother's study, now her study, and sat at the desk. She still did not pick up the pen. Instead, she simply listened to the silence of the house, a silence that was now full of whispers waiting for the right moment to be heard. The watch had changed, and so had the watcher, but the vigil, in its own gentle way, went on. The years folded into one another with a quiet rhythm. Maya grew, and the house on Hemlock Lane remained a constant, its walls seeming to absorb the gentle passage of their lives. Anna never forced the stories. She simply remained open, a receptive vessel. Sometimes, while gardening, a scent of old roses would bring a fleeting image of a woman in a wide-brimmed hat. while mending a tear in Maya's favorite dress. The feel of the fabric might evoke the memory of a tailor's shop, and a man with nimble fingers and a sad smile. These impressions were like bubbles rising from a deep well, bursting with gentle poignancy against the surface of her mind. She acknowledged them, honored them, and let them go. Maya, at 16, discovered the study. It had never been off limits, but it had always been treated with a certain reverence. One rainy afternoon, drawn by a restlessness she couldn't name, she wandered in. Her fingers trailed over the spines of her grandmother's books before coming to rest on the porcelain doll. "She's creepy," Maya said, but her tone was more curious than critical. Anna, who had been reading in the corner chair, looked up. "Is she? I've always found her peaceful." Maya picked up the doll, turning it over in her hands with a teenager's blunt curiosity. Who was she supposed to be? Her name was Gwen, Anna said, her voice soft. "She was your great-great-grandmother." Maya was quiet for a moment, studying the doll's serene face. "It feels like she's listening." A profound sense of rightness settled over Anna. The thread was not broken. It was simply extending. "She is," Anna replied. "She's listening to you." That evening, Maya did not retreat to her room to watch videos on her phone. Instead, she pulled the blank notebook from the shelf and brought it to the kitchen table. She didn't write in it. She started to draw. With quick, sure strokes of a pencil, she sketched not a gray city, but a field under a vast sky. A boy was running, a kite soaring above him, its string a taut line of energy. She didn't know where the image came from. It felt like her own, yet somehow remembered. Anna watched from the doorway, her heart full. She saw that the legacy was adapting once more. Clara had been the wordsmith, Anna the quiet witness, and now Maya was becoming the artist. Each generation would find its own way to tend the garden of silence, to give form to the echoes. The stories would not be preserved like museum pieces, but would live and breathe and change, finding new life in new hands, in the space beyond spaces, where light and memory were one. A sense of completion bloomed, not as an ending, but as a perpetual beginning. The vigil continued, not as a duty, but as a dance, a silent, joyful agreement between the living and the loved, a promise that no story is ever truly lost. The drawing became the first of many. Maya filled the notebook not with words, but with images. A woman's hands arranging flowers in a vase, the intricate pattern of a lace collar, the silhouette of a clock tower against a twilight sky. She never spoke of where the ideas came from, and Anna never pressed. They were a quiet understanding between them, a secret language spoken in graphite and charcoal. One afternoon, Maya looked up from her sketchbook, her brow furrowed. "Mom," she said, "it's like they're not sad anymore. The pictures, they feel light." Anna smiled, a warmth spreading through her. "That's because their stories are being heard. They don't need to be heavy anymore." The following week, a letter arrived from a small, private university known for its archival studies and art conservation program. Maya had been accepted. As she read the acceptance letter, her eyes flickered towards the study, towards the doll and the notebooks. Anna saw the conflict in her daughters face the excitement for the future and the pull of the past. "You don't have to stay," Anna said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The stories don't need a geographic location. They need a heart that's willing to listen. You can take that with you anywhere." Maya S.'s shoulders relaxed. She nodded, a new determination in her eyes. She spent her last summer at home creating a series of drawings based on the impressions she received, each one more fluid and expressive than the last. She was not illustrating the manuscript. She was translating it into a new dialect of memory. When she left for university, she took the blank notebook with her. The original manuscript and the doll remained in the study, anchors to a history that was now free to travel. Anna stood in the quiet house after Maya S.'s car had pulled away. The silence was profound, but it was a hopeful silence, like the pause between the end of one song and the beginning of the next. She knew the watch was in good hands. The garden was still being tended, just from a new patch of earth. And in her dorm room miles away, Maya placed the blank notebook on her desk. Outside her window, the sounds of a new city filtered in cars, voices, the distant wail of a siren. It was a different kind of noise, full of its own life and stories. She opened the notebook to a fresh page and picked up her pencil. She closed her eyes, not seeking a specific memory, but simply listening. The first thing that came was not an image, but a feeling of overwhelming pride, a sensation so strong it brought tears to her eyes. She opened her eyes and began to draw, her hand moving with a certainty that was not entirely her own. The story was continuing, and she was ready to add her own line to the everlasting echo. The feeling of pride was a warm current guiding her hand. The lines that emerged were not of a person or a place, but of an intricate, delicate structure that resembled the inner workings of a music box. It was a lattice of silver and memory, and at its center, instead of a gear, was a small, glowing heart. It was a map of the connection itself, the silent, pulsing link between all the watchers and all the stories. Maya knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that this was not a memory from the past. It was a message from the present, a reflection of the bond she and her mother now shared across the distance. She did not try to explain the drawing to her new roommate. Some truths were meant to be felt, not defined. She simply taped it to the wall above her desk, a quiet declaration of the vigil she now kept. Her studies in art conservation took on a new depth. When she learned about preserving fragile pigments or restoring cracked canvases, she saw the parallels to tending fragile memories, to mending the cracks in forgotten histories. Back home, Anna felt the shift. The house was quieter without Maya S.'s vibrant energy, but the silence was no longer a solitary thing. It was a shared space, stretched thin but unbroken between them. She began to take walks in the evening, through the streets of the town she had lived in her entire life. She noticed things she never had before. The way the setting sun caught the weather vane on the old town hall, the particular pattern of cracks in the pavement outside the library. They were not grand stories, but they were threads in the tapestry of a place, and she found herself listening to them too. One day, a package arrived for Maya at the university. It was from her mother, and it was surprisingly heavy. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was not the original porcelain doll, but a new one. Anna had found a local artist who worked in clay. This doll had Maya's fierce, thoughtful eyes and a smudge of paint on its cheek. There was no note. None was needed. It was a passing of the watch, an acknowledgement that the legacy was alive and evolving. Maya placed the new doll on her desk, next to the blank notebook. The old and the new watched over her work together. The stories, it seemed, were pleased with their new caretakers. They began to arrive in subtler ways, not as vivid intrusions, but as gentle suggestions. For Anna, it was a recipe for plum cake that appeared in her handwriting on a scrap of paper, though she had no memory of writing it. The cake, when baked, filled the house with a scent that felt like a hug from a grandmother she had never known. For Maya, it was a melody that would drift into her mind while she studied. A simple, haunting tune she eventually transcribed onto a staff, giving it a permanent home. The quiet city was no longer a city at all. It was a constellation of light, each point a story cherished and understood, connected to the living world by threads of love and attention. There was no need for windows or walls. The barrier had become a bridge, and the ticking, if one listened with a very quiet heart, was no longer a measure of time running out, but the steady, reassuring rhythm of a universe breathing in and out, forever remembering, forever beginning again. The melody Maya transcribed became a kind of personal anthem. She would hum it while walking across campus, the notes a secret comfort against the unfamiliarity of her new life. She wondered if the woman who had first hummed it, whose presence she felt in the simple, rising scale, had also felt a little lost sometimes. The thought was a comfort. It made her feel part of a long, unbroken line of women finding their way. During her second year, a professor mentioned a collection of donated items being cataloged for the university's historical archive. There were boxes of letters and photographs from a local family that had died out. Maya felt a pull she couldn't explain and volunteered to help. The work was slow and methodical, but she loved the smell of old paper and the whisper of history. One afternoon, she opened a small, unmarked box. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue, was a porcelain doll. It was not identical to Gwen, but it shared the same serene expression and delicately painted features. Tucked into its tiny apron pocket was a folded slip of paper. With careful fingers, Maya opened it. The handwriting was spidery and faded, but the words were clear. For Maya Leaner, so she will never be alone. A jolt, not of fear, but of recognition, went through her. Aliner. The name arrived in her mind with the scent of lavender and the sound of a piano playing in a distant room. She didn't know who Aliner was, but she knew with absolute certainty that the doll had been a guardian. Its work was done, and it had been waiting here in this dusty box for someone to find it, to understand. She didn't take the doll. She carefully refolded the note and placed it back in the apron pocket. She closed the box and labeled it with meticulous care. It belonged to the archive now, a silent testament to a story that was complete. But as she pushed the box onto the shelf with the others, she felt a wave of gratitude so strong it was almost dizzying. She was not just a keeper of her own family's stories. She was a witness to them all. The world was full of quiet cities, and she was learning to hear their music. That weekend, she called her mother. She didn't mention the doll in the archive. Instead, she told her about the melody and how she had finally written it down. Anna listened, and then she said, "I know that one. Your grandmother used to hum it when she was gardening." The connection, stretching across miles and generations, felt tangible, like a string pulled taut between their hearts. The vigil continued, a quiet, joyful hum in the background of everything. The conversation with her mother lingered in Maya's mind for days. It was one thing to feel the connection in private moments of drawing or contemplation. It was another to have it confirmed so simply, so ordinary. The melody was a thread that had passed from her grandmother's lips to her mother's memory, and now to her own hands, transcribed on paper. It was no longer a ghost. It was a family heirloom, more real than any piece of jewelry or furniture. This realization changed how she moved through the world. Her art conservation studies became more than an academic pursuit. When she worked on a faded portrait of a stern-looking man from the 19th century, she found herself wondering not about the chemical composition of the paint, but about the sound of his laugh. Did he have a favorite food? Was he kind to his children? She started making small, quick sketches in the margins of her notes. A dog sleeping by a hearth. A pair of worn-out boots by a door not because the historical record demanded it, but because her intuition did. She was fleshing out the silence around the facts. Anna, in turn, found her own world expanding. She started a community project, a story seed library next to the town's little free book exchange. It was just a small, weatherproof box where people could leave anonymous notes about a memory associated with a place in town, a first kiss by the old fountain, a lost toy found under a specific oak tree in the park. The stories were not grand, but they were real. People began to contribute, and the town itself seemed to soften, its history becoming a shared, living thing rather than a list of dates on a plaque. She was building a small, local version of the quiet city, a garden of echoes for everyone. One evening, Maya was studying for a final exam when a clear, sharp image flashed behind her eyes. It was not from the past. It was of her mother, standing in their kitchen at home, holding a letter and smiling a smile so full of relief and joy that Maya could feel its warmth. The image was gone in an instant, but the feeling remained. She picked up her phone just as it began to vibrate. It was her mother. "You'll never guess what came in the mail," Anna said, her voice thick with emotion. property taxes on the house. They've been reassessed, and they're much lower than I budgeted for. I was so worried this year. Maya leaned back in her chair, a slow smile spreading across her face. She didn't mention the premonition. It was enough to know it was there. That's amazing, Mom. I told you it would work out. As they talked, Maya's gaze fell on the new doll, the one with her own face. She realized the legacy was not a linear path, but a widening circle. It wasn't just about receiving stories from the departed. It was about being deeply, intuitively connected to the living. It was about hearing the unspoken worries in her mother's voice before they were voiced, and about sending back waves of comfort and confidence across the miles. The vigil was not a solitary watch over the past. It was an active, loving participation in the present, a way of weaving the threads of lives together so that no one would ever truly be alone. The garden was not just for memories. It was for them too, blooming right here, right now, in the quiet spaces between heartbeats.